Hi. It's me. It's sweet. Hi. Oh. It wasn't me, I swear. I will be disconnected from the interwebs. So there's a good chance in the middle of the stream you'll see me stop and like go into Unity and do some Unity shenanigans. Yes, this is called the Ash Beast. He's good. We like he. Ah! How dare Cicada do that to me? Is it already about to be nighttime in this game? How about the potato? I bought the potato. Oh, press the right button. Why is it so bright? I'm at 3. There's a Pokemon Center right here. Hibernal Pokemon Center. So just turn around and then go the other way. The routes. That's an Espeon. That's why. I think I see it. Yeah. Jaundice District. Goodbye. Wow, it's actually just been. Not just been, but whatever the fuck that thing is. Blah.
Ababa.
A babwa. That's a Panseer, which means Pansage, and another Panseer. Laffy. Yeah. Long story short, friends in the Discord call, I've been trying to figure out how to get custom models into 7 days to die. And I'm the one that kind of figured it out. So I gotta teach Beans how to do it. Snent. I hired a professional to train my Pokemon. Yeah, and you'd still lose to me. A kid. It's best not to assume things that are unsaid. Yo, facts. Give me Pokemon here. Wild Pokemon here. Yes! There's quite a few Ekans here, actually. What do I beckons for an Ekan? That one is just KO'd. Holy crap. That guy is asleep. Interesting. Yeah, I can what? Aubrey! Hi, Aubrey! How's it going, Aubrey? What the fuck? Where did I come from? That way? Okay, so I'll go this way. Cool! I can show you. I can now show you things if you're actually here, and here. Because, like, I figured out the Venia and stuff. The fucking 7 days to die model things. I fixed up Ari. Doggy's tweak. Carbine?
I just found it appropriate to do that.
I can't believe you've done this.
I'll have done this.
You have done this. Oh yeah.
Oh, wife, welcome home.
It's just my tail. I'm gonna brush the Aubrey with my tail.
Welcome home, hon.
My friend even bought dinner for me.
Oh.
Oh. Dimder.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Being treated to dinner.
Yeah.
So, Aubrey, would you like to learn how to do a thing that is VTube roiding thing? Custom character to 7 days to die thing.
But you're streaming.
Yeah? And?
Enjoy your stream. Don't worry about me right now.
Nah, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity. Why? Because I can take this part of the stream out and then use that as reference.
There.
Yeah. That's what I plan on
But
doing.
you can always show me afterwards.
But what if I want to show you now? Besides, Aubrey, I had big brain cell growing moment. Croissant was there. Is there. Still his.
The bean grew a bean.
I grew a bean.
That's a brain cell.
I did it. I grew a brain cell. So Ari was like, hey, I kind of wish these wings and like tail weren't here so I can play with my Hydreigon model. So I was like, all right, cool. Let's see what I can do. And I realized you can select a part and just shrink it all the way down to 0.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah. But when it comes to starting it, you have to make sure you name it the way you want it to be when you're done with it. Because if you try to name the file after you're done converting it, it will not work. So I'm gonna do it with my Nova. With my Ash Beast. Because I don't have a VR. Wait, do I have a VR map by Nova? Let's find out. For starters, gotta open up my browser.
I think I know how to do it now with my Gardevoir. I just it would have to be go through doing the spring bones, which would be the annoying part.
It's quite tedious, but you gotta do the spring bones before you do the first export. Or no, I take that back. You do the spring bones. Oh, fuck, brain. Please work. It's either the before the first export or after the first export. So first thing, gotta Gotta make sure you get this VVoid converter thing, specifically this one. And then you open Unity using it. So you literally just go open, you find wherever you saved VVoid converter. I forgot where I saved mine. I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure it's portable folder, Unity project, 7 days of stuff, and it's here. You literally just select the folder and then hit open. I've already got it done though, so you have to make sure the Unity version is correct as well. Okay. Hold on. I kind of forgot something. Display capture. There we go. Unity version. I have my access folder up. Can this take me to where I need to go? Yes. Okay. So the VVoid converter is going to be in a zip file. You got to extract it, of course. Get it in a file, and then just open it with Unity. This version of Unity 22.3.54 F1. And then wait like 1,000 years.
Yeah, I know these part.
Yeah.
Tanuki.
Gardevoir.
Go to
The Tickerton. The Tickerton. Neil.
The Tinkerton stole Aubrey's hammer and used it against her.
What is a Tickerton?
It's
Tinkerton.
one of the new Tinkerton, the Pokemon.
Yeah, it's
Like this fairy type that holds a giant hammer.
yeah, it's an actually new fairy type. It came out, I believe, in Scarlet and Violet.
I added you in the memes. Someone has an alpha, so it's super big.
Okay. Right. Still one. I gotta go to my fire cooldown. No.
The Gardevoir just teleported.
No way, she just teleported. She's all good.
Okay. Do have a VRM. Okay. So get your VRM and you drop it in the folder that says place avatars here. I kid you not, I just followed this guide and it got it to work.
Yeah, I was having issues with it because since I have the Gardevoir, it was having Unity was having a hissy fit because I don't have feet bones.
That's strange. Oh, you know what? That might be an issue entirely. Wait, doesn't your standard, like your version 1 Gardevoir, not have feet bones either?
It kinda does, but Furrock made a mistake on the legs.
Huh.
But I think I know how to fix the problem now, so I don't think it'd be much of an issue.
Okay. So, first things first, you can rename it in the hierarchy of a Swift VRM. 7 days. Oh. Name it in the hierarchy. Thing looks good. For the most part, press play to test your spring bones. They're a little floppy. That's fine. Sheesh. So 0.5. Tail is absurd. Hmm. There's no. And there's no like directional radius you can deal with this for. So that's unfortunate. Yeah. I do apologize, you beings in chat, for not being able to see your chat.
Oh,
Trust me, this is fine. I'm just making this video as a reference material, or this part as reference material. Or return this to 7.5.
You a bean.
Why would you say such controversial things?
Is your bean?
Right, and then you want to go to VRM, you want to export, make T-pose, title this, VRM 7 days, and then hit export. It's gonna take a hot minute.
But I want a cold minute.
Too bad. Hot's all we got. Export's finished.
What the?
We now take the one in the hierarchy, delete it. Now I want to go into the avatars folder in the assets. Go to the folder that you're with the same name that you're working with. Go into exported. This little cube thing, bring it back to the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. In VRM, change shaders to OmniShade so you can actually have proper shaders in 7 days. As you can tell, things look weird. This green bar is your eye height. You want to match that to your eyes as best as you can. All right. I need to work with the shader real quick. There's the eyes material. I'm guessing if I just do this, it is what? Words. Words cannot express how much I can word right now. I don't know. Which bone is the eyes? That's interesting. This? Ah. Yeah, I could set that to... Yeah, because that would be... Fuck if I know, honestly. I have no idea what that is. That's not like it really matters very much because my goggles ain't gonna really go over my head. Okay. Bring down the eye height a little bit. Okay. Everything looks good. I'm probably slightly too big. So go to scale. Okay. Get down a couple pegs. Move and sure, I think it's actually flat. You'll need to scale a little bit. That works. More or less. It's fine. I was just a head above the rest. Alright. Scale voice. Overrides. Apply all. And then VRM. Export button. Don't export to VRM, the export button. Wait for it. Again. It's done. And then you'll find it in the converted folder. Right there. Show and explore. There it is right here. Pull up 7 days folder, going to Steam. Browse local files. Go to mods.
Yeah, I know where it goes.
I'll forget. R's. I have RE's, both R's here. Delta Swift 7 days. Drop it in. Good. Go back to Steam. Hit play. Launch game without EAC. Play. The title's a pre-release. I don't care if it's a pre-release. Play. And this is the part where I realized that in my my overlay, my OBS, it's not centered. Why is it not centered? What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. Cool. All right. Continue. Continue. My test world. Start. Wait an absurd amount of time, and then get confused why it's not loading, and realize that it says spawn button. Ah, that guy's green. That's a rock. There's another rock next to it. This is the journey's end. That's a cabin. Tree. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Anytime today, come on, anytime today. I wanna see if I fucked up. Let me see if I fucked up. show me the inadequacy of my teaching brain cell. Configuring splat maps. You shouldn't have to configure splat maps if I'm here. Ugh. 1 hour later. Indeed. Alright, I should be Ari. That was the wrong button. That was also the wrong button. This button. That button. And look at me! I'm a Skrunkly! Yay! I did it! Yahoo! Look, I even do funny, California gears.
Copyright.
Copyright. No!
Copyright.
Yeah, I did it.
Watch how that part gets muted on your stream.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Yeah.
I play Kingdom Hearts one day, I get a warning. I get a copyright strike.
Which actually happened.
It did.
Yeah, so that's how you do 7 days custom character thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Long process.
Yeah, it can be. Considering I literally did like 10 different conversions in 2 hours. All of it being Ari, because I didn't realize I had Ari High Dragon mode.
And you forgot to resize her, so she was huge.
Yeah, she was a little huge. Speaking of,
That's like the first time you did the base Gardevoir for me, and it was like over 2 stories tall.
oh, that was so funny though. Literally, we're just standing below you with that, like that one fucking meme, the guy in King of Thrones just looking up like, oh.
William Defoe.
William Defoe, thank you. It was so funny.
The foe.
Right, so Aubrey, you wanted to do something, you want me to do something with your standard model, the no wings tail?
What?
Yeah, to adjust the spring bones.
Okay.
You said you could tone it down still.
Yeah, I could tone it down still. Okay, here. So, fun fact, after you've done the first export and you get the avatar conversions up, you can actually still mess with the physics, apparently. Spring manager, right here. Stiffness, you wanted more drag force? See, you probably just
How
watch.
can you test the physics on these, actually?
You hit the play button and then literally
Oh,
just move
it's
them.
the same way as fizz bones. Okay.
Yeah, it's
'cause
literally the same way. You watch.
But fizz bones is more intuitive than spring bones.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So that's without any additional. And you want me to increase it. So I'll go to 0.6 and see how that looks.
Probably more,
Probably more?
because there's no limiters.
Yeah.
Guess more?
I'm actually gonna go to 0.2 because it's making it very obvious.
It still kind of folds in a little.
Yeah. There's almost no way to. Oh shit. I'm fine. It's almost no way
How much
to.
lower can you do it?
Uh.
Try
Probably
0.015.
0.015. Okay.
Calculating.
It's very jiggly now, but so is your hair.
Very bouncy.
J- It's really hard to find a way to just dampen it.
It's spring bones, it's not fizz bones.
Yeah, it's very, very old system.
Until
I-
Unity
I-
decides to update their spring bone system to be more like fizz bones, then it'd be great.
I don't think it's Unity.
No,
No,
It's just the
It's-
file
Spring bone
limitation.
it's the VRM Uni VRM that needs to update it,
Mm.
not Unity itself. Because the reason why I don't think it's Unity is because fucking Creator Companion,
Mhm.
the dynamic bones in VR chat, you can get the area cone for the dynamic bones.
The
Whereas here,
radius.
yeah, the radius. Whereas here, you can't because it just doesn't exist.
Mm.
Let's see what happens if I put.
So it does is more of a VRC problem. What?
It's a Uni VRM problem. Problem.
Mm.
What happens if I do
That's
this?
completely separate from Unity itself, right?
Yes.
Mm.
Completely removed all physics.
Stiff.
Very.
Maybe it's stiffness force rather than.
It might be. I don't want to know what just happened there, but we'll find out. I'm trying to figure out what it means by center. As you can see here. Armature? Would it just be
Up and down motion.
just you? Ah, fuck. Up the chest. Oh, shit. No. Okay, so all that's literally just a bust. Set this to none, and now you get your physics back. So, what do you think, Ari? I could probably up the stiffness force real quick to 3.5, and then set this to 0.1. See what that looks like. Very jittery.
Hmm.
There's no way to go about it realistically.
No, there's not.
I think that would have been fine.
Yeah.
So let's go 5 directly in the middle. What do you think?
I honestly prefer the previous setting somewhat.
Previous
Oh,
setting.
come on.
So
Because with this one, it folds in again. So if it was on 0, 1, it was a little bouncy, but at least it didn't fold.
yeah.
Try 0, 5. Well, it did fold, but if I was going really fast.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's not really much else I can really do other than just this.
I guess that's just fine.
All right.
There really isn't no other way to go on about it.
Nope.
Might as-
All right. Well, if that's the case, then you're in. Export. Oh,
What?
north being a northern bean.
Being a northern bean.
The northern bean. Export finished. All right. I will delete this one. Put in this one. There you go. Now we go back to Pokemon.
Yeah. There you go. I suppose that's the way to go on it about putting your models in now.
Yeah. If he dropped something on me and I didn't see it. Ooh.
It missed.
It
It
missed?
missed.
Good.
It missed. It won't miss this time.
Ha! I didn't feel it, therefore I win.
Okay, again.
Fuck! It's
should've
on my,
thought
it's on my ear like a sombrero.
Oh, oh.
How could you do this to me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Have a sense of being.
My beans. What the hell did this guy just say? Oof, that's rough, buddy. Hi, I'm Swift. These are my friends. I love my friends.
What was said? Did I miss something?
No, I just said that I love my friends.
Oh.
Shures. Lucky died it. Hairstyles. Meh. Hoodie. Oh, blah. Blah. Beanie.
You're a mega bean.
Said the Mega Bean. You know what sucks?
What?
I gotta pee. I'll be back. I'm sorry.
It's Speedy.
It's
Hey, Speedy.
Speedy. Gogmazos is here. Why am I called the Gooch Tickler?
Now you finally noticed. Jesus Christ. I changed your name since yesterday and now you noticed. Amazing.
The situational awareness is not there just yet.
No. Even Aubrey and Evie knew. They knew. We just kept quiet. But it took a day later. Jesus Christ, I could have strapped the C4 to you.
It still hasn't gone off until now.
Like, oh hey, there's a C4 on my shirt. Wait.
The bomb they strap on me only explodes when I realize there's a bomb on my shirt.
Amazing.
oh gosh.
I am so stunned at your situational awareness.
I don't
You
like to
truly
do
have
that to
earned
this
your
thing.
title as environmental hazard enjoyer.
Okay.
So are you going to attempt to put your models in now?
I think I may have skipped the entire tutorial.
What?
Let's move on through.
You
Because
went
I-
through the entire tutorial and you blanked out on the entirety of it.
was playing Monsanto well, so getting attacked and paying attention is hard, to say the least.
Situational awareness 0.
It's also early in the morning. What do you want from me? I just know that any jiggly part needs to be springbone, not a fizzbone. That's all I. That's my take. What I took from it.
Oh, ouch.
getting Avionics Factor.
I would get it if dinner wasn't fucking $50 tonight.
Oh. Was it $50?
Because my parents wanted food too. Swift did give me back like 25 back, but I won't see that money until like 3 days later. When does this thing go away? Ends in 39 hours. I could get it.
Hi, sweetie. I'm back. Hi.
Swift.
Yeah.
So, look, he was playing Monster Hunter when you were going through all of that.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, you have it recorded.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
Here. Do you need help?
I'm not doing right now because I'm still playing Monster Hunter, but
Am I in Battlezone?
eventually-
Yes.
Oops. I'm not doing Battlezone stuff. I'm gonna do side quests. Go the way of the beam. Alright, well, if you need help, just let me know.
Or I need to run me through on how you import or convert. Because
Yeah.
I don't think I also was here for the majority of it. For channel for a bit.
No, he waited for Aubrey to get home, so you were here when he was talking the entire time about it.
I thought you were already doing it, because I thought you guys were just like finagling on with the jiggle physics. I thought that's something you're just trying to figure out.
No?
He went through the entirety of it and then worked on the jiggle physics for Ari. The hyper focus is real.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
intended a split. What do you want from me?
I'm not saying I'm not criticizing you. I'm just like
You are.
I'm not. It's just funny.
Just
I
pointing
admire
out
the
things.
hyper focus, but it's also like
Like, bruh, I just went through all of that. You weren't even there to recognize I was going through all of that.
Sorry, my ass is getting kicked by Art Tempered right now.
You're fine. It's just funny. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just funny. If there's has to be something I have to be upset about, it's that I have a sty on my left eye.
Oh.
It's agitating me. And even though I just ate, I'm somewhat peckish already.
What did you eat?
Taco Bell.
Taco.
Is it
Taco
just like
Bell.
a singular taco?
No, I got like the usual box meal I get, but it's like, I don't know.
Still hungry enough.
a little. Don't know why. I typically don't really go for seconds.
Ah. History region. Never heard of it. A gasp. The fucking gasp.
Your mighty Ina.
It's the yeet. Ah. I'm happy. That basically confirms to me my Ina's in here somewhere. Just where?
Watch as you become morbidly disappointed.
Speaking of disappointment, I'm not moving.
Ah. Terrible.
Alright, let's see. Let's see how bad it is. No, not sleep mode. Oh, right controller has an update. Okay. Why the right controller though? Ben, den, ben, den. I will now look at my device. Get that back! Oh, that back! Boss, you get a haircut? Roger, voucher. Oh.
Mm.
Hmm. Ah. Hi, Mac. Yabane. Seems to be working as intended. Oh. It's Toad! Mega Lucario.
Mm.
Pokemon sharing a moment together, centered around Gothitelle. Many artists have displayed curiosity about how Pokemon would relate to each other in the absence of humans. Who the fuck is this guy? This piece was long believed to have been a portrait of a king from 3,000 years ago. And cake, and all the cake, and I'm getting caked, and I'm caking. Painted
I'm
by an
gonna
artist. I'm gonna cake! Recent research has lent support to the theory that this painting, in fact, depicts a descendant of the king's younger brother. From this, we can surmise that the royal line maintained a degree of power through the ages. It's been 1,000 years. Why is it going to tell me the same thing twice in 2 different instances? What? Wait.
Wait.
Lucario statue from the Tower of Mastery? Tower of Mastery stands to the north of Shalar City. 2 strange stones were once discovered in the area, which are now thought to have been first known Megastone and Keystone. And that's I believe, the protagonist of the XY series. Or XY game. When the Chosen may climb the Tower of Mastery, it also requires skill with roller skates to reach the top floor. One must have complete mastery of their own body to become a Mega Evolution user. It is said that one only gains a Mega Ring after defeating the successor to Mega Evolution in Pokemon battle atop the Tower of Mastery. Shining stone that emitted great warmth was discovered. Tower Mastery is built to house and protect the stone. Its successor Mega Evolution lives in Serious Stone. Giant Mega Lucario statue that stands within the Tower of Mastery. In order to directly view its face, one must climb to the 2nd floor of the tower. Within the base of the statue is a room that only successors or related personnel can enter. This is a replica of the Mega Lucario in the Tower of Mastery. The original statue was created to commemorate the fact that Lucario was the first Pokemon to ever Mega Evolve in the Kalos region. Huh. Interesting. This is not good. Definitely not good. Like in Cosmo and Wanda? Alright. Hey, you look like a formidable trainer. You think you can do us a little favor? See, we're really big Spuba fans, but our collection of Spuba accidentally got loose here in the museum. Which is where you can lend a hand. Please find our mutant Spuba. There are 12 of them in all. Please find them. Our shared love for Spuba is what allowed us to find another. Spuba spew out black powder when they feel threatened. Please don't try to battle them. We're in a museum, not a wild zone. They could ruin the art. Find them and approach them normally. They'll surely come back to us.
What's that over there?
It's
Yes,
a
pupa.
It's a Spuba. I don't have to worry about time being a thing in this stupid museum.
You know what?
Chicken butt. That's a goer.
So I keep going with mine.
Actually, celebrates cooperative between Pokemon and people. Stands in the courtyard. Art series with depicting sceneries. Reading makes me fucking yawn.
Wait.
Way. lost Spoople on the rail, as if trying to guide folks to its upper floors. Spoop. 11 more Spoop to find. That's a fucking Mew. They say a man of power at the time forced the artist to add the mythical Pokemon Mew to spread the word of how great he was.
It's pretty narcissistic.
Just a lot
You
of
guys
it.
sound like a bitch.
Look at this asshole over here. Fuck the way in a Kozen. Hitting Kozen. Kojima.
Seems like you're finding all this pupa.
All the Skipa. Like I hear I'm more than two, but that might just be me. Hubbidibidoo. Grand exhibition. What's known as history reveal how humans and Pokemon came to live in harmony. With the help of various museums and collectors, we bring you all the relics and some replicas that we can form from this fascinating place over time. I hope you come away from this exhibit with a sense of the daily life and customs of history. Interesting, because like, oh. Very interesting. Gyarados. Very interesting. It's in low detail because I'm playing this on the Switch 1.
The Switch Juan.
The Switch Juan. Palkia and Dialga. Also a very funny Spupa. It is a very funny Spupa. Boss Spupa looking quite dapper with the armor of the Galaxy Team's commander. Yeah, Switch Juan. Spew!
Yeah, start up the 7 days server.
Kokuli, kokuli.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a snack before I jump over.
I'm gonna do nothing at all because I'm still stuck under Aubrey.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Like,
Huh,
why are you doing it?
I'll hop over into the other channel so we don't talk over each other, Swift.
I mean, I can move if need be because this is technically a gaming channel.
This is the general chat.
Close enough.
Damn, it's 12.
Ah. Yeah, I'll just move over to stream chat. Even though there's
Okey-dokey.
only... What the heck is going on with the stream chat? I'm gonna move over to game chat instead because I don't know what's happening with stream chat. I'm gonna do... Beans, all of you.
No, you.
No, you...
Okay, I'm here.
I am Swift. Pouring over the ancient Sinoian grips. Cuba. Hi, I'm Swift. Interesting. Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Yuxi, Azov, and Mesprit. Cresselia, Darkrai, Heatran, Bean,
I followed.
you follow. I'm
Lucky Uno reverse carded you, and Aubrey said she fixed the stream chat.
oh, okay. I don't know if that one or this one is bravery. No, okay. That one's bravery. That one is wordier. Cleavor. That is Urs. It's Ursa something.
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna, thank you. That is
Mhm.
Lilligant. Basculegion.
That's Arcanine.
Arcanine rock form.
You're
Sneasler.
sweet. You're Sneasler.
I'm sneezling. That's the fucking Voltorb. Or Electrode rather. Avalugg.
That's got to be the bravery.
If that's the bravery, then what the fuck is that up there?
Oh, some sort of fucking bird.
Yeah,
Some,
probably.
some stupid fucking bird.
Stupid fucking burp. I don't remember what this fucking thing is, but I know that's Regigigas. This is Giratina, and that's Fiona or Manaphy, one of the two.
Manaphy.
One of these two is bravery, the other one is something I don't remember. Sorry to tell me.
The other one's a stupid fucking bird.
Stupid fucking bird. The tell multiple meanings. You're thinking of tell me. Rude. Control time and space and even do so now. Interesting. It's so strange to see that the like I don't know, I have to go replay BDSP again. Lost swoop, yay, haircut display. 7 more spoop define. Yay, I found 5 out of 12. Yep, there goes my... I don't know what's causing that. Does it feel like it's mishandling? Joystick
There
problems.
could be something stuck in it.
Probably. There might be something stuck in it. Maybe. I can blow it out. I have the means. I have the power. I have Old Spice.
See, my PS5 controller does that, and I just take it apart, spray it, blow it out with some air, and put it back together. My DualSense Edge doesn't do that. But I also figured out how I can take and replace the freaking joysticks, though, which is very nice.
That's nice.
You're nice.
Nicer.
No. I'm just a shithead.
That's my job. Where am I? Where am I? Ooh. Hello there, Pokeballs. Standard, Great, Ultra. The Jet series and the Heavy series. Pokeballs of the Hisuian region. People at the time crafted their own Pokeballs using apricorns and a mineral tumblestone. Many varieties are said to have been crafted, each displaying different properties depending on what materials were used. Crafting one's own Pokeballs in the modern age would be a true labor of love. Give it a difficulty. Meanwhile, just fucking do it in like tenfold. You used to make their Pokeballs by hand? Yeah, it actually wasn't that hard. So its course uniforms remained undamaged. Weather rolled. Wow. Withstand both heat and cold, and it is said to have even withstood Pokemon moves. Remarkably, the white kerchief is believed to never slip off, no matter how the wearer moved. Found a lost Spoopa. Seems to think it was a partner of a Survey Corps member. Spoopa!
Loves a few.
Looks like it's been newly crafted on the crafting bench. Spew the bean path.
Of the bean.
Oh, you're gonna be a bean. Tumblestones. No, it's potato mochi.
Your potato mochi. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I am also sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Why can't I be sorry? Looks like
Because
it's.
you didn't.
I did.
Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna.
I accept your apology for putting that Spupa in the freaking general store. There you go.
Yeah, I shoved it in there. It's gonna run the general goods forever. Need to borrow the modern replicas. Ooh. Chilling out on the sofa. Spew, pew, 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 pew.
You know what, Spupa? Sam.
Right, just find a random ass sofa and just.
Just do the good old classic honk chew.
Oh, shoot. What? What the fuck is this shit? None of this is Pokemon related. Unless it's talking specifically about XD. Uses fire to generate electricity. Painting is part of a series of technology in Kalos, and the fierce combustion fully communicates the passionate fire of the energy of life. Which region? Kalos. That doesn't look like anything Kalos related.
Looks like a weird, messed up version of Moss Isley.
Right? Electricity. Painting is part of a series.
I found a Pidgey. Hey, boy!
Yeah, boy. Right, uses gas. Opposing ways. You're looking at the
Oh,
wrong
what
painting.
doesn't go, hey, boy? That's dumb.
Painting
Lost
of
balls.
Someone truly loved him, though. You found a lost Speedboat pretending it's a great big monster attacking Lumio's city.
Celia.
everyone's working on new kinds of Pokeballs. Replicas of the various Pokeballs in use today. Let's see. Pokeball, Great Ball, Ultra, the fucking Master Ball, Safari Ball, Moon Ball, Love Ball. I believe that's the Fast Ball,
Yep, fastball.
Lure Ball, Heavy Ball, Friend Park Ball.
Mhm.
That's the Level Ball. Premier Ball, absolutely useless ball. Sport Ball, Dusk Ball, that looks vastly different.
Yeah, it does.
Quick Ball, Street Ball also looks vastly different.
It does. Huh.
Repeat Ball, Timer Ball. Get the fuck out of
Speed
here. Speed Ball. Seems to think it's a Pokeball. What ball is here? If there's nothing here, that's concerning. Okay, cool. Nest Ball, Dive Ball, and Net Ball. It's missing a few Pokeballs. It's missing the Strange Ball, the Cherish Ball. Shit.
What about the GS ball?
I was thinking about that too, but I don't think they're gonna count that anymore. That's basically been completely redacted. Don't even see the Snag Ball. I feel like there's definitely some Pokeballs missing. Factory makes Pokeballs and ships them all over the Kalos region. Vending is part of a series on technology in Kalos and the ever-increasing number of Pokeballs express the artist's desire to be connected to all Pokemon. Yeah, well, I don't like the fact that we're gonna put the Master Ball in a random fucking location. It's the Master Ball. It should have a special location.
My back pocket.
Yes, where it stays until it's absolutely necessary. Or
But
Pidgey.
it never gets used.
Never gets used until I find a Pokemon. Hey, that's all
It's gonna get
Spupas.
used on a Spupa.
You could use on a Spupa. Hi, I'm Swift.
A lot of fucking Spupa.
Is. They're so precious to us. We'd better go one last head count. Do one last head count before we go. 6. 12. 13? Where did the 13th one come from? I don't know, but we can only take 12 of them between the two of us. I suppose the best solution would be to have this kind trainer take this new fill off our hands. Can't leave it all here alone. Might damage their heart and end up in real trouble. We can't thank you enough for helping us find our precious Spupa. We can only have 12 if you're a normal trainer. A registered trainer. You can have more if you're not a registered trainer. Believe it or not. Weird as that sounds.
Unregistered illegal trader. I will have all the Mons.
All the Mons out at the same time. At all times. I want to play Skyrim again. What's stopping me? VR headset, honestly. Oh, it's inside? Okay. What do I mean by VR headset? Well, I like playing Skyrim in VR. It feels so much more immersive to me. The Hunter. Shinji, right? I've seen you around in ZA Royale. I'm such a huge fan of the event, you know. It's been a blast taking part of it. I just love testing out battle strategies against other ZA Royale trainers, let me tell you. Kinda weird to see a kid like you holding their own in such an intense contest, though. Too many green newbies got joining in, making it easy to sail through the lower ranks. There's only one way to know whether you earn your place in Royale. That's right. Face me in battle, and I'll give you a taste of my latest and greatest strategy. He's gonna use berries. Talk to me when you're ready to face off. Gonna use berries. Are you ready to go up against my awesome battle tactics? I guess. Here's a heads up for you. There's more to going on the offense than just dealing damage. You're about to see what Pokemon can do when they go into battle armed with berries. Oh no, and they get one-shotted. Tissian. Swablu. Brassian. And that's one down. And done.
Where's your berries now, bitch?
Right? How can this be? I even gave my Pokemon Oran berries to hold. There's your there's your problem. You use Oran berries. Can't believe my berry base strategy failed. When you have your Pokemon hold an item in battle, it can trigger all sorts of effects, you know. I'll reward you for some Oran berries, and yeah, you can just take these and like eat them, I guess.
Make myself an orange berry pie.
Oran berry pie. Oran berry slushy. Smoothie.
How about I say smoothie?
God, I haven't had a smoothie in so long.
Yeah, honestly, see, I heard a side duck.
You need her, Psyduck.
But there's a Pikachu.
I see an Omae wa Shinderu Pikachu. I can't wait to see the Mega Dimension stuff.
I'm still determined
To be a mean?
for a lot of things. Well, I'm already being according to you, so
Yes.
I'm continuing myself since
Waggle. Where is... Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Just in case he wants to fucking battle me for some reason. Pansage, Panseer, and Panpour. These similar seeming Pokemon have some rather exciting and unique traits, you see. The leaves on Pansage's head can relieve fatigue. The tuft on Panseer's head contains a flame that burns at around 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Water stored in the tuft on Panpour's head is packed full of nutrients. Revitalizing these nutrient-rich water and flames of an ideal temperature. Yes? Combine each of these Pokemon's special traits, we should achieve the perfect cup of tea. Yeah. Do I have those Pokemon? What of my team?
I still haven't done anything of the tutorial.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, I have barely touched the game. I'm just doing the first promotion match.
Oh, you Venusaurus Rex. I don't have a single monkey. Monkey.
Monkey. Why do I have two fletchlings?
Why do you have two?
I don't know. Can I just put it in the box?
You want to go boxing?
Fucking. Actually, you know what? No. Put in the Kakuna there.
God, fucking hell.
What?
Am I the only one that's annoyed that Nintendo or Game Freak went back to the standard cries of Pikachu and Eevee?
I was just saying something about that a little bit ago.
Yeah, it's so jarring.
I like the Eevee.
Eevee?
They're fucking cute. It's literally the two main mascots now.
Mm-hmm.
Eevee and Pikachu.
And then they just went back to a normal cry, but it feels so weird.
What's Rex? Perfect nickname for your Quilladin. Gary.
What is it? What is it? Oh no, Quilladin, fucking. I gotta like the bit where we're going, where you just give out the most random name for the Pokemon that I just catch, and I change it to that name.
Yep. Well, you named your
Holy shit!
class.
Hi! Yeah, I'm a fan. Sorry, it was premature ejaculation.
Eevee, get in fucking bowl. Thank you.
Oh.
Get bitch slapped. It's Anki now.
I used the wrong ball. I got it! Yippee!
Yay! Now, what are you gonna evolve the Eevee into?
Either Espeon or Umbreon.
Dare you?
Listen,
Actually,
listen.
seems like you can't learn Explode because you can't name it Coral.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna be real, I kinda like Espeon. I used to like Umbreon a lot more, but then, this is gonna sound weird. This is gonna sound really weird. Freaking, what's it called? Sword and Shield came out with a Dynamax Gigantamax. And I Dynamaxed my Espeon. I really liked it. For some reason,
Okay.
no. For some reason, like the lower volume of an Espeon just hits really good for some, like, I don't know why. Also, for some reason, Espeon just has a fat ass. But you didn't hear it from me.
There we go. There's the reason. Right there in the open.
Like, I thought, you know, honestly, I'm gonna be real. I thought saying that Espeon's lower pitched cry in Sword and Shield would be the weirder reason over Espeon having a fat ass.
See, I would have accepted if you just said fat ass, but you know what? Valid.
It's actually both, straight up. Like, at first I'm like, damn, why does Espeon have a fat ass in this game? And then I Dynamax him like, wow.
That's why there be booty be jiggling. I don't know why I just said that like that, but you know what?
It just reminded
Rolling.
me of the fucking volley that Baron posted.
Oh God.
Like, Jesus Christ, dude. That volley got bent.
Uh-huh. Alright, time to continue my adventure, I guess.
Let's see, tomorrow, if I'm not doing anything special, I'll...
MDO.
Well, I meant before MDO.
Okay.
If I can wake up before MDO, I can probably set up a stream. I'll probably do a mix of Mario 64 ROM hack and probably Rando.
Bean dip.
Bean dip.
Just saying whatever just comes to mind.
I just gotta know.
Well, blow.
Well, it
Oh.
blah 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 blah. Oh. That's a Pokeball.
Mm-hmm.
You've been over this. Poison is the best status condition, hands down. It chips away at your opponent's HP, which is obviously the smartest way to win. Well, I couldn't agree less. Paralysis puts all other status conditions to shame in my book. Paralyzed Pokemons have to deal with a nasty drop in their movement speed, you know? Pulling them while they're slow, then seizing an elegant victory, that's the way to do it. You there, random passerby! You came at a perfect time! Help us settle something, would you? You're trying to decide if poison or paralysis is better. That means facing us in Pokemon battles, starting with me. What do you say?
No.
No.
I'm just gonna go this way.
Face my team. That's so funny that Diggersby is gonna be like the star in this setup. It's gonna be funny. Diggersby is ground type. At least I believe Diggersby is ground type.
Yeah, it's a normal ground.
Hey, Diggersby. Fuck him up. What? How are you gonna switch out on me like that? What the fuck? Rude.
Bitch.
Get one-shotted.
That's what you get.
Paralysis didn't stop you in your tracks?
No, because Diggersby is a fucking tank.
It is. You defeated me soundly. Oh, but do be careful. Paralysis lingers even after a battle ends, you know. If any of your Pokemon are paralyzed, be sure to cure them using Paralyze Heals. Da 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 da. You held your own against Lisa's paralyzing moves, did you? Not bad at all. Well, your next opponent is me. My powerful poison will sap your Pokemon's HP dry. And then I'm gonna use Diggersby again, and it's gonna be bullshit.
Yeah. Probably.
You know what? I'm gonna do it with paralysis, because it can't poison. Venipede. Rex, you getcha. What? It wasn't even a super effective move. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I wasn't surprised when Liza lost her battle, but I didn't think I'd lose too.
Wow, what a bitch.
Tell me about it. Holy shit, you faced us both. So answer us honestly. Which side's condition was tougher to beat?
Neither.
Neither of them. Come again? Are you saying you're not bothered by status conditions in the slightest? I suppose it's true that neither of us managed to win. It's like we both have our ways to go, huh? Mara didn't it? So many status conditions out there, and I want to master them all. Oh, and don't think we've forgotten about your Pokemon either. If one of them still has a status condition from earlier, please use a full heal to cure it. You go from paralysis to full. What about anti?
Yeah.
Remember, status conditions should be cured as soon as possible. That is to make your Pokemon put up with this company with a... Orero!
Let's say this. I am very surprised how kind of beefy the Switch 2 is. What's not beefy about it? The battery.
Yeah. I wouldn't know though. I don't got a Switch 2.
Not yet.
Indeed, not yet.
You will in due time, my love.
In due time. It might happen not this paycheck, but the next one. Because this paycheck goes to rent.
I'm gonna rent you out.
My buddy. I'm gonna use a Pecha Berry.
Why did it... I don't know.
Fucking reflex. It's not even acid reflex, it's just reflex.
What?
It is water. Why the fuck are you two standing in water for? What is going on? It would make sense if they were wearing water shoes and shorts. They're not! They're in full attire standing in water. Pokemon Company sure is. Well, these idiots too. Like you can hear it, you can see it. Splish splash, take a bath. Jingle jingle jingle. No way. I can't believe this. Fucking hell. How does this keep happening? Oh, my PC!
Give me a tiny mushroom. Give me another tiny mushroom. How can this happen to me?
I need mushroom. And I'm trying to find a panpour. Oh, that's a guy. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm trying to find. That's Salamence, and that's a.
Aurorus, I believe?
I don't know.
Check. Yeah, Aurorus.
Cute. I didn't realize Salamence was so small.
Like, this version might be small. Because, you know, sizes are finally a fucking thing.
Yeah, especially since it's a pseudo.
To lead my Pokemon where I wanted to go. Didn't pummel opponents from a safe distance. Was ashamed that the cooldown time on long range attacks is quite. Oop. Maybe I'll stop there before I give too much away. You have to figure out the rest in battle. Yeah, except I don't know how to control Pokemon to make sure they go where they need to go.
Goodbye, Bumblebee.
And this guy's gonna have like level 60 Pokemon, right? I don't know. One shot. That's not good. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Heh. And it's gotta burn. Neat. How could I lose when I battled so stylishly from a distance? You didn't! You got close to me.
You failed.
You're surprisingly good. Perhaps you figured out that long-range attacks take longer to execute. But close-range attacks aren't perfect either. You need to get right up close to your opponent, where you can launch them. You're already near your opponent, though. Close-range attacks are certainly the smart choice. Not that I plan to deviate from my preferred long-range attacks anytime soon. Battles are terrifying. Who would want to wait in the middle of all that? They have one full restore.
A burb.
Build them up. Break them down. My EV ball has been upside down this entire time.
Oh. I'm gonna have I actually kind of hope I get a shiny fletchling.
I'm gonna shine your flashlight.
Oh. Nah, bitch, we do this live.
We're doing it live. Doing it, we're doing it well. We're doing it well. Okay.
Fletchling is like, fletchling. I'm gonna get a fletchling, dude.
Legendary. Slithery snake looking. Where does its tail start? Does it have a really long body or a really long tail? Or is it all body? Maybe I can figure it out if I see one up close. Mom says Pokemon Wild Zones aren't safe to go near, but it'd be safe to get a real good look at one of your Pokemon, right? You catch Ekans. Can you show it to me? That's interesting. I indeed caught an Ekans. Someone over here beckoning for an Ekans. Got one for me. Pat the Ekin. Hi, Ekin. Do you mind if I pet you? Can't. I'll be careful. Oh, wow. It's kind of soft after all. Oh, and the scales are all slippery. You know the number one thing I've learned about Ekans? It's really cute.
Get Arbok, and you'll be like,
Oh.
ah.
Get older, get Narbok, and suddenly, I don't know if I'm into this. I'm so happy I got to see Ekans up close. It was super interesting. One day I'm gonna catch an Ekans of my own, then I can learn even more about it. I beckons for an Ekans.
You can have this, Ekans. It's yours.
What do you think, Ekans? Would you like to be with this person forever and evers? Alba. Bulbasaur. It's a poison bug. I don't have a poison. I don't have poison or bug. It is time to evolve my... No. Change moves. I want to see what moves you got. Breaking swipe? What?
What is this? That's a dragon. That's a new dragon move.
Yes. Use your attacks by wildly swinging its tough tail. This also lowers target's attack stats for a short time. That's actually sweet. Holy shit. Put it over Lear. It also can do Aqua Jet. Interesting. Alright. Let's evolve Krogonal into Furligurligurd. Alligator. No, I don't think I want to. Alligator. Got 2 more side quests.
Look at you.
Open you. Do. Right? Oh, hey, look, a bar and an item. Potato tin. Hey, boy.
Hey, boy.
More.
Hey, little Leo.
More! I need a hotter flame! I suppose you must have heard me talking rather loudly to myself there. Problem, you see, is that I can't get a hot enough flame in my kitchen. Leo here provides our firepower, but it can't burn at max heat until it lets loose in battle. Must ask here for your help, you hey stranger. Have a sizzling battle with me and my Lit Leo to get it nice and fired up. Burn, Lit Leo, burn. Let me know when you're ready. This ought to be real interesting. You battle Lit Leo so you can crank up the heat in my kitchen? It was a battle so hot it feels like being roasted by a flare blitz. Should have said fire blast, but that's fine too. Lol.
Look at the beam.
Look at a Houndoom.
Frog, sit the fuck down.
No more.
No, times 4.
Dead. What firepower? It's too hot to handle. What an intense battle. I almost caught fire myself. How about it, Livio? After a battle like that, I bet you can show me the hottest flames you can make, eh? That's the spirit, Livio. We'll need the hottest flames we want to grill today's steaks just right. Thank you so much. Here's something for that fine battle. You know, Pokemon that's burned. It would have been really cool if we saw Leo just evolve here.
Yeah, right. That'd be cool.
Customers today are luck. They'll be dining on steaks with the absolute perfect sear. I got a Firestone with that. And then Mac dropped the box on me. Rouse. Oh, hey, that's interesting. I'm about to get the PC Master Race.
Oh.
Yeah. Why can it... What the fuck? Why did it switch to up? Ice Punch. Protect is actually really interesting in this game. Dare I say, I actually like it.
Like what?
You know how Protect works in this game?
I know how it worked normally, yes.
In this game, it's different. It works more like a parry.
Oh, parry this, you fish like fifth. You're fishy casual.
Yeah. You filthy casual.
I saw Fennekin.
Yes. Finnegan from behind looks interesting. It's just ears.
Nothing but ears.
It's nothing but ears.
Did you see why I was drawn to it?
Like any other angle, it looks fine and dandy, and then just from behind,
Ears.
ears. It's so adorable. Bury the platypus.
Bury the platypus.
Carnitis. Carnitis. Carnitis.
Bury the carne asadas taco.
Magenta District.
I've never had platypus before. When Doofenshmirtz gets dark.
Doofenshmirtz.exe.
Come on, Perry. I don't even know how that's sounding.
Little too raspy.
It's like, sorry, I've thrown a couple back.
Unironically, if there was a .exe version of Doofenshmirtz, that would probably be a good voice for it.
Hire me, I'm free. I'm available right now.
Now let me just get the moles filled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Whoa. Wow, that was straight automatic, and I like that, big boy.
Oh, you feeling big, huh? Big boy?
I bet you want a beam assist, big boy.
What the? Okay, we're good. Low. The sun is getting low. Alright, where? Oh, the cafe. Oh my god.
Get some caffeine drinks.
Do you remember Pokemon Me?
Yes. I do.
This cafe is literally named that. Cafe Pokemon Ami.
Oh my god. Heh. That's funny. Ow.
It's so funny. See these little ones here? They're Trubbish, the trash bag Pokemon. They develop a taste of our cafe's food scraps, so they keep coming back. Trub. Meow. I'm happy they like our food, don't get me wrong, but that smell the Trubbish give off isn't exactly a crowd pleaser. We're starting to lose customers. Oh, here's a thought. If it's our food these Trubbish are after, maybe we can use that to our advantage. I've made a nice bag of tasty trash using our food scraps. Do you think you can use it to lead the Trubbish over to the garbage bins? I guess. Could you help us out if you could lead them away? Trub. Yes. Should have you as long as you're holding this. Trashy trash. Tasty trash. Make sure you walk slowly so Trubbish don't lose you. Dun 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 dun. Winds are down this alleyway. Good luck.
Croissant curry.
This is as fast as I can actually walk, unironically. Doing a phalanx impression? Seems tough, but hang in there. Are those the little helpers that eat garbage? And outing with a troop of Trubbish? Eh? Nice work. What need the trash, trash, trash. It's bad. Wolfing down the tasty trash. How much for dropping off our trash? For Trubbish shouldn't reach the cafe if it stays here. Look at the munching happening away. Makes you think, doesn't it? Coexisting with Pokemon doesn't just mean sharing the same space. I mean, these Trubbish love our food just like humans do. But it wouldn't work to have them eat at a cafe right next to the customers. Maybe coexisting with Pokemon sometimes means knowing the right distance to keep. Ah, Pokemon sure are weird.
Yes, they are. Yes, I am.
Yes. Alright, what's
I am
next?
a Delphox that goes scree.
You are a Delphox that goes Delphox. Voodoo show.
I also have a nice rack.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I gotta go to the lobby.
Still in the tutorial?
I just got done eating the croissant curry.
I'm telling you, that tutorial's absurd.
How much longer till it's done?
Good question, I forgot.
God damn it. No, I don't want to go on a field trip. I want to play the fucking game. You stupid fuck.
It's my stompy bean.
Just stumpy, stumpy. Oh god, Pangoro.
He looks fucking pissed.
So angry. He's just like, brr.
Look how up in the face he is.
Yeah, like,
Holy
you said
sh-
what? You just call me a bitch?
I tried eating a berry that my Pokemon was holding. Bad idea.
Yeah, you're gonna get knocked the fuck out, bro. Help. It's like, heavy.
There's so many things
Help.
going on in this picture. Like, Pangoro was fucking pissed. This guy has realized the mistake he made, but also, have you been mewing? What the fuck? What is this game? Who'd you? Huh? What? I am a pool toy. And that is a Pichu. I am a Yuli pool toy. Oh, Scrafty.
Oh,
I thought that
I enjoyed
was
seeing the ash bean.
the ash beast. Yeah. That was apparently a tiny munch there.
But alas, I gotta let my points accumulate.
Yes.
What's funny is I'm gonna bring over my fucking. I could have my gator party that I wanted. Well, at least 3 of the 6 I can.
Breakers. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Again, I'm sure that I can finally resume working on my sketch. What? There are even more brambles in the way now. How can this be? Choice but ask for your help again. These brambles are ruining my view. Please have your Pokemon bring them all away. What the Celebi?
Like Celebine.
I could try. There's 6 this time? I can take it. My heart is practically overflowing with things. Finally, I can resume sketching. There's a phantom. I admit that I remain puzzled though. How could so many brambles have appeared so suddenly?
The Phantom.
Look, it's a phantom. Could it be that this Pokemon was sabotaging me? And a dump. Oh, cruel Pokemon. Why must you torment me so when I'm already pressed for time? Aha! Inspiration strikes yet again. Wearing Phantom alongside the fountain would be a perfect representation of life in Lumiois. Your role as a side of Phantom, you shall be my model, my muse. Tump? We'll create a masterpiece, a painting of our era, destined for the Lumiois Museum halls. Don't you dare move from that spot, Phantom. Stay put until my work is done. Aw, Fan. Ah, you done fucked up.
Now you made a friend.
Yeah. Stumped at the fountain. Dun dun dun. Oh, hey, I got 3 nest balls out of that. I am a squeakable. Adorkable squeakable squeakums. Squeak
My
McSqueakums.
adorable squeakums.
I am the squeakums. List side challenge Frokery. So I'll make my way over there best as I can. Dun, 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 dun. Wait a minute, that's Mario Kart. Dwa, 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 da, da, da. Golly, I have a backlog of games. Actually, no. You.
No, you.
No, you. Ready to give stage 2 of Sir's best ever scaffolding course to go. Oh, it's 40 seconds. That's the spirit. Time to show off your skills once more.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. Is it a stroke of genius, or is it just a stroke?
It's more of a strong. And you failed.
I sure did.
You missed that one. Try another. I'm sorry.
I missed that one. Try again.
Yep, I'm gonna growl at the Mega Stones.
Damn it, I want a home-baked cookie.
You know what? You and me both.
Ooh.
Home baked snickerdoodles. You did it.
Yay! Hey, so what is that? You did it. Oh, croak. Amazing! You're the star of the scaffolding courses! Where are you? The gauntlet still isn't over yet. One more challenge lies ahead. Okay, probably over at the final stage of our greatest, hardest ever scaffolding course already. So I'll be waiting for you there, star. Where the fuck am I going? Oh. Okay, that's a pretty far distance. Jump a spot. Okay, so I may or may not have forgotten about Mega's thing for a brief while, simply because I was doing so much today.
Yeah, your brain was definitely going burr today. You needed that extra brain cell you grew.
I did so much. There was an insane amount of things I did today. I literally woke up, looked at my room, like fixed it up, sat down on the PC and started working on the what's it called? 7 Days to Die custom model things.
Myself a fish.
I'm Swift. Stage 3 of Sir's best as ever scaffolding course to go. Hold us 50 seconds. That's the spirit. Time to show off your skills once more. Hi, Mega. I'm doing Pokemon stuff. I basically did this one already. Quack, 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 quack. Oh. And I failed. Where?
Way. Hey, look! I just picked you up. I just picked up Swift.
You can't just let me hit try again? Try another? This one's gonna be a little difficult.
What?
I wonder if I'm gonna have the ability to even complete this one, because I don't even know if I got up there at that point. Yeah, I did. I'm just being dumb.
I forgot how to do the dodge stuff. Oops.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why?
Why did I forget?
Why?
Swift, I'm just gonna pick you up when I'm back there.
It's funny, no?
No.
Honestly, the fact that it's on Y. Mega says hi.
Hi, Mega.
Look at you, kid. You dash right across that scaffolding like some kind of ninja master. So, your magic chef, you fucking better smash it. Come on. Time for me to go honk shoe.
Don't go hog shoe. How you doing, Mega?
The top of the last one I was about. Yay! Yippee! Anyways.
Alright.
The mini flowers of a baby.
Hello, baby. Oh, I remembered the button. I'm not a disappointment after all.
You remember the dodge button?
I did.
What button was it?
Listen, I think I know where you got that brain cell from, motherfucker. I want it back. Give me back my brain cell. Alright? A little stupid. Also, that's also awesome, Mega. Don't mind me, he stole my brain cell.
I did a lot today. I cleaned my room today. I went and gotten food with Bestie, and I helped friends set up their custom models for 7 Days to Die. That's a Sharpedo. Where the fuck am I going? I don't know. It's like someone down here, right? I even did like a brain cell engrowthanizer thing where a friend asked me if I could figure out how to remove certain parts of their model. And I at first didn't know how to do that, and then I realized, oh, I can select these parts in the model and just straight up shrink them down, and everything actually looks normal. Yeah, that's my highlight for like at least this month, give or take.
I don't know what the hidden Pokemon is on level 2, so that's fine.
Hello there, youngster. I hope you would join us. Oh, I also did like a couple of Twitch things too, where I pulled in some of my previous broadcasts and did a cut down on one of them, and also uploaded. Oh fuck!
Well, D.
Okay, cool. It uploaded. We're good. It's all good. Cool.
Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna pop out this chat, minimize it.
Am I gonna battle them or like what? Different sizes of voodoo. Laura's voodoo. Buh. Luster on this one, but it really gives new meaning to the word lustrous. Quite superb. But its body language is sparking anything in me. Let's cry. The poor dear may well be suffering from stage fright. Olsen's voodoo. Booty. Lovely, its posture exudes dignity and strength in spades. Very nice indeed. Its cry is passable, I suppose. Lack of color in its complexion is hardly ideal, though. This Voodoo needs more sunlight. There goes Voodoo. Boo-boo! Look at that. What a large specimen. Certainly won't be lacking in pollen. Self-assured manner in which it sways from side to side is simply iconic and inspiration. Yes, but I detect a hint of irritation in its cry. I suspect this Voodoo might be a little stressed. Voodoo. Oh my. Remarkable. Impressive. Just look at the luster on it, the shine, and oh, its bud is so very lush, it's sturdy too. Its nimble little feet are dancing straight into my heart. What a delightful, charming smile. I agree. This is a side quest. You just win the side quest because you brought this here. Seems we're all in accord. Hi, I'm Swift.
Hello, you are Beam.
Wonderful Voodoo. And telling us how you two first crossed paths. Fate brought us together. How have you been training your Voodoo? Not really doing anything special. Is there anything you pay careful attention to in Voodoo's daily routine?
Give it whiskey.
It gets a lot of whimsy, fireball even.
It's gotta be spicy.
Philosophy. Live like there's no tomorrow. You pressed again. Should have expected such splendid answers from one who raised such a splendid bid. Got invited you to enter a show. You better surely you'll die. Ooh.
Miracle Sleed.
What a miracle. It's been a frozen juice. Okay. Boxes. I want Venipede back because Venipede. Pidgey. Just need to find a Pampor. Finding Pampor is not easy. But maybe I can use the Pokedex?
Bayleaf.
Leave. Where's Simi? What? What?
Where? Because you know, that line, they're a bunch of monkeys.
Stupid monkey's always in a tree. I can see why some people just hate these things. Oh.
I'm confused.
Ow. Oh yeah, I still gotta shout. Do you
Seems like this? I see there's a theme that's kind of breaking out there.
Just a lot of it. This is a AAA company, guys. AAA company.
But to be fair, you are on the Switch one.
Yes.
Now, imagine if you were doing this on the Switch Lite.
That Switch Lite is like no different from a Switch One.
I think it's slightly less.
No, surprisingly,
Powerful.
surprisingly it's
Really?
on par.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's on par with, I believe, revision 1 of the Switch One, because it came out roughly the same time.
Oh, gripe number 3 about the Switch 2. I'm surprised they didn't launch it with an OLED.
Yet.
I know, yet. They just wanted, I know Nintendo's just money.
Yeah, surprisingly. Oh.
Ooh. Dude, Batch, those pants would look so fire.
I'm buying all of
It'll
this.
accentuate you.
I'm buying this shit. Is it good? Probably not. Is it colorful? Yes. I like it. Ultramarine. Sorry, despite Nintendo being a pain in the ass with how it's doing things currently, there's still a tiny bit of the old Nintendo still around, and it's evident in the Switch 2. They could have gone with the OLED, indeed. But in doing so, the price of it would have been much higher.
Yeah. But for an LCD, for the LCD on this, it's pretty fucking crisp.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, it's more crisp than my laptop screen.
that's actually hilarious.
That is impressive.
Yeah. Oh my god, you can see the textures and how terrible the textures are on the shoes. That's because I'm running this on the Switch 1. I do not have a Switch 2 yet, which is why it's in my throat. I'm gonna save as much as I can to get a Switch 2.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to get it as soon as possible. I assume Ari wants one as well. Before shit skyrockets.
Yeah.
That's why I jumped on mine when I did.
What?
I actually got a screen protector coming for it tomorrow.
Blue gradient? Yes, please. Oh, hell yeah, I'm getting the GameCube. I'm getting the GameCube. This Bean's getting the GameCube. We're getting North the GameCube. Ari's gonna get the GameCube. We're gonna get the Steam frame too. Well, except this Bean. I'm gonna get the Steam frame because my Steam index is basically almost dead. The cord on it is not doing too good. It's every day it gets worse and worse.
Look at you, you so stylish.
Tell me about it.
Minion. It's fashion, darling.
It's so fashionable. It's nearly daybreak, daybreak. It's nearly daybreak, daybreak, day. That's fair. You're gonna be in the middle of a move by the time it comes out, which is around literally sometime Q1 next year. Unless something happens that causes it to get pushed back, which would be bad.
Yeah. I know I definitely want to get myself a new TV before I decide to go for anything else because my TV's tired.
At this point, just get a curved monitor and just add a speaker to it.
That would require me to have a proper desk setup. That's not coming till I move.
Okay. Hear me out, right? You get yourself a curved monitor anyways, make it like the TV, and then once you finally moved, you're already set.
Or flipping this on its head, I'd get the TV, and I already have a monitor ready and go.
Yeah, but like, woof.
I have my laptop, hon. I'm not getting a proper PC/GameCube till I move out of this place.
I mean, you can always have a second screen. A third screen.
Hon, you know my situation right now.
I know.
I don't have the space for any of that.
What you gotta do is just let me eat it. Nom 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 nom.
I'm not letting you going around eating my electronics, thank you.
It's gonna be an electrifying experience. I love how I can just turn my brain off and just find whatever shinies are in the way and just run into them to collect them. Because for some reason, this is just really fun.
I like that. You don't have to just mash fucking A. You just run over them. That's what I like.
Yeah, except for like major items, for some reason.
Like the Pokeball items.
You actually discover things quite quickly. Can I like talk to this guy and get his dex entry? Maybe? No? Okay. Sorry.
Ooh, Aggron.
Aggron.
You've got mail.
That too. Evilly.
Yeah, my Spotify renewed.
I'm so sorry.
I keep forgetting what day it renews.
It renews this day next month.
And then I'm gonna forget.
It's a great ball. Or Geist.
Oh. Christ. Ow, that's my shoulder. Alright, I gotta sit up a little bit. That's the sound my shoulder just made.
Trying to find any fucking monkey.
Monkey.
Monkey. No monkey here. No monkey there. Or there. Fuck. What? Oh, that's a Joker.
You're gonna get pwned. Your Machop's gonna get Machoked. Haha. Because I'm funny. I made a joke.
You made funny joke, duh. I give this Charizard a pat, yeah? Pat. Figures the only way I can find the monkey is by looking up in the tree. What? Cool, there's a fucking Weedle here, and no monkey. Just a bit of green, or red, or blue. Just either or, and I'll be happy. At least one, for now. And an Absol. At the Absol.
Absol friends.
Absol.
Get on out of here.
There is a
Wild
high.
Zones 3.
Oh.
What?
I was gonna say, there's an unfortunate yet high chance that I could run into a shiny before I run into a monkey. I ran into a monkey.
Monkey.
It's the blue monkey,
But it-
specifically.
Oh.
How the fuck do I get down there? This way.
Alright, Wild Zone 3. What do you got for me, buddy?
The grass?
I heard a Pikachu.
All three monkeys are actually here.
I caught a Pikachu.
Yippee! I did it. I got the monkey. I need to punch me a tub of Vaseline, honestly. Apparently I had the fire monkey already.
Yay. You'll make Frieza happy.
Yippee!
What? I caught Wesper. Ooh, little Leo.
Oh, you brought a Pansage, in the bedboard. It's so requested. Oh. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
baby, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. My brain has been in such overdrive today that being able to actually speak coherently has become a challenge, to say the least. Thank you so much. I'll get right to making the tea. Take a seat. Thank you for your patience. With the aid of Pansage Banshee Vampire upgraded Pantrio tea. Thought about calling Pansage's Sear Poor Tea, but that's rather a mouthful. Now, dear customer, enjoy a cup of a special new brew. What do you think? The fragrance, taste, and nutrition value are all top notch, no? But I mustn't forget to return your dear Pokemon to you. Well, you can have them if you want.
I don't want them.
I don't want them. I'll be having shit. I need yellow. I think purple and black. Ooh, pardon.
That's funny.
It's red.
Hey, that's where I am right now.
Lol. Oops.
Bye, Flo baby.
You won't be around for another
Hello.
1,000 years.
More like Flaw baby.
Lol.
I'm funny. I made a joke.
Yeah. Oh, that's an alpha go-go.
Yes.
That's an
very
alpha
dangerous.
Litleo.
Oh god.
So many alphas. Is there an alpha Esper too? Like,
Probably. That wouldn't surprise me.
YOLO.
YOLO. Okay. Dang. What? Oh. That's an alpha fletchling.
It is. It's really funny. Anyways.
So I just started blasting.
That was really easy. There's usually 3 in every location for some reason. Anyways. Where's the next one on the list? Where are you? Was there not an alpha go-go here? Why? Oh, it switched to Esper. Alright. How do I know? Look how big that Esper is.
Here's our big beam.
Anyways. Not big soup. Okay. I did, okay. My brain lapsed for a moment. Holy shit. Ain't no way there's an alpha Spinnerack here, is there? Hello, Ekans. I'm not gonna beckons for you, though. That's a really funny game. Eh.
Ow.
Yep, Alpha Spinnerack. So... where
It's
is-
getting low, but will it blow?
It's getting low. So low. So cold. There's usually 3. So where's the other 2? Grayson, why are you confused? Just because I can, I'm gonna take out this fucking Ghastly real quick. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Oh, they made fire spin a little more useful.
Yeah, just a lot of it. Absolutely demolished everything here. Holy crap. Guys, white glasses. Dreams, touch it. I knew that. Type order. Gems are fucking terrible. Why would they add it?
What's terrible?
Gems.
Oh. Fucking do it.
I'm so sorry. There you go, Speedy. What a lisp. Interesting.
This tutorial is bullshit.
Tell me about it. I have a shitload of antidotes. Holy hell. No Bresson. Oh, not revive. Potion. The music's pretty solid though, I'm gonna be real. Scarlet and Violet have completely ruined me.
So,
I keep thinking that I'm gonna run into a shiny that won't that won't give the sparkle effect. In Legends Arceus and in this game, if a shiny is near you but you can't see it, you'll still hear it.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, you'll literally hear it. There's a special sound effect that plays. In fact, I can probably show you.
That's good to know that it'll blow.
That's what you'll hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really good because trying to actually spot a shiny in the wild when everything is tall and covering is nearly impossible. So you gotta basically rely on hearing too. I still need to get a female Alpha Lucario. Numberry. Darkness falls over the city. Hey! Ambuyan. Whoa, crocodile. Holy shit.
Crocodile.
Crocodile. And just like that, they're gone. Where did he go? I need to progress with the story so I can actually get to DLC stuff. Excuse me, Ekans. There we go. I'll write you. It's a male
Write you a
Raichu.
love song.
Oh. Shit, Screech? That's a better leer. Okay. Oh, I see. Alright. Check Summy. Oh, come on. Specializes in special defense, but not very well in speed. That's fine. Baffles is not exactly the best.
The raffles.
This is really funny.
What's that?
It's Aubrey.
Yes, it is Obby.
Special defense is down, but defense is going up. Special attack. Interesting. This Braixen is a physical attacker, even though it shouldn't be. Why am I so EP? I don't want to be EP. I slept good today. Bah!
Yuck.
Huzzah! That's funny. That's even funnier.
Man. You win.
I got one. Yay, give me your prize medals, because that equals money for me. That's a real Lou. Take the ball.
This one looks really good.
This wall tastes like dirt. Or real Lou. I'll chop you to bits. Down! Double win. Challenger's ticket obtained!
Yippee.
Can't believe I lost.
You lost?
That person did.
Oh. Wait, what? Oh, by the way, I'll be right back.
Three wins. Hey-oh! Hey-oh, I'm out. Yay! Bonus points. Sixties. Ah! Where did it go? Is that another Dratini? Huzzah! There we go. Sweet. There we go. Quick and easy. The more medals, the better. The more wins, the better, too. Sweet. I'm smart. Slap! Shit. Anyways, typing doesn't matter. I'm so sorry. No hypnosis. 9 wins. Whoa! Fuck. Good.
I never turned.
Yay.
And yet you are still a bean.
Oh. Ah. It wins.
You did it. Oh, I suppose you can have my prize. Give me your prize, bitches. That's a mile.
Good. Good, good. Good. It just stood there and did fucking nothing.
It probably doesn't have any moves that'll actually do damage to you.
Probably. Give me more prize medals.
Bring a Lilo Gator.
See if I can get this in.
On.
Fight it. Eat
Oh
it.
my god.
We're good. I got another.
Even though I just turned off my Switch, I'm turning it back on so I can play more. Why? Because I'm addicted.
You are a dang goober.
You're a goober.
Oh. Okay.
Or we can be goobers together.
Yeah. Well, it's already almost midnight.
And I don't have to open. I close.
I know, but time is still flowing. Hello, Cocoon in the right-hand corner.
What's up? I'm just hanging here, you know. Just mind my business.
Don't mind me. I'm not causing any trouble.
I just want to evolve so I can be a menace to society.
As long as you don't bother me, I won't bother you. When I become a menace to society.
What I am upset about is I have to open next Sunday.
That's terribad.
Yep. Not happy about that. Oh, I'm fucking thrilled about that. I'm glad MDO's not this Saturday.
Right?
Because I would actually been really pissed. I'm sorry, a thought just came in. I'm gonna just put my Pokemon in this and slide them into the easy bake oven. We're baking our Pokemon on high for 350 degrees for 10 minutes. And then it'll be coming out nice golden brown. I don't know why an easy bake oven came up to my fucking brain, but you know what?
Interesting.
What is with the crows outside my fucking window?
What's up?
I would be a little concerned if I had a murder of crows just outside my window all sound like fucking Moist Critical.
Hey, what's up? It's just me. Bird Critical.
It's your boy, Bird Critical. Just chilling.
We're just here. Doing what we can, doing what we do.
Oh man, that'd be funny. Oh, my brain. My Brian.
Brian.
What are you doing up on the roof?
Oh, you know, just sightseeing. Feeling the wind against my hair. Wondering how fast my face would hit the ground.
Pretty fast. Don't think you'd hit terminal velocity though. I think you need to be a couple more stories out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Why are we talking about this? I don't know. Bananas.
Bananas. Okay.
Item.
Banana.
Revive.
Hey. Time to revitalize the spirit.
I'm sorry, my spirit's been long dead for many years.
Yeah. Why do you think I've been trying to revitalize it?
Listen, you little bean.
Huh.
I guess I'll go back to. Yeah, I'm just kind of fucking vibe like this. I can have it with that's a Gardevoir.
Mm-hmm. God of
And apparently I hear they're in.
it seems to be out to me.
But do you have the skill to beat a blow?
Stop. Fire for alligator. And also, I gotta pee.
Oh, you gotta play.
I'm a BRB because I gotta pee.
Being stupid. Yes, I am. Don't answer that. I'm very dumb. I'm alive! I guess, shit, I don't know. Fuck.
Alright, let's die. I assume by the green on him, he's gonna use grass. Or steel. Let's begin. This is a Pokemon battle after all. Vinny, Costa Rica. Oh, that's interesting. You're gonna switch out? There we go. Sharpedo. Double down from Alligator. Sweet. Drampa. This is gonna be brutal. And of course you're gonna Mega Evolve. This is not good.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Brayson did it. Holy shit.
Never underestimate the power of effects.
Oh, formidable. Perhaps I put too great a burden on Boneri. It only just joined my team. Oh. Superbly fought. With this, I can now confidently say that you subduing that rogue Mega Absol was no fluke. Yeah, I took your fucking Mega down without one. Holy shit. From V, U, to T, to S, to R, to Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, to... Okay, I can't go that far. I am now rank F. Yay, I did it! Congrats on reaching rank F. And for me to shoot straight to the ranks too. Can't let you outdo me. I'm ready for my promotion match. You've also obtained the necessary challenges to get to remain. Yes. Sweet. You actually won. Would have been funny if you lost. God of War. He's got sweets for a hairdo. Yay, we are now rank F. Yay, a TM. Safeguard. Tip card's actually good too. Although it always was pretty good to have.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just a lot more apparent. Hey, look, it's a Vaporeon.
Did you know the missile?
Oh, missile.
This tutorial's making me want to cry.
Yep.
The Sable Lion Cemetery.
Not a building. I don't know how to say. Quasartico. Quasartico. Quasartico.
Assault.
Assault. Quasar. Carsic. Carsic. Wanted to build this, and no wonder they got the ZA Royale to catch on so quick. Jinzu. You've had your rank raised, but I must confirm. Do you agree to lend us your aid to deal with the cases of rogue mega evolution when they arise? Yeah, I'll do it. As long as I can keep the Pokemon afterwards. Yay! Only a handful of people are aware of the crisis that Lumioids now faces, including we three. They'll be fighting the trainers, making rings, making mission. Yep. Work in lockstep to resolve the current crisis. You guys said they were ever in danger. Only amazing, we've managed to keep it from them so far. For 2 entire years. 2 years? What do you mean 2 years? Yes, 2 years ago is when it began for us. Az had realized that the city was in peril. Oh my god, he's so fucking tall. Dude. Literally the pathetic meme. Holy shit.
Pathetic.
I'll be real, even though Az doesn't really do much, he's quickly becoming my favorite character. Or one of my favorites. He's just a unique guy that stands over everyone like, you're pathetic. He's not even meaning to be you're pathetic. He's just like, I made a great cup of tea in the lounge today. You're free to have some. With the proposal, knowing of our debate, he said that Lumiois was crying out in pain. Can you even imagine the terror of being on the receiving end of a glare from that towering giant of a man? It was clear he was serious about his claims, so we began our investigations into the matter. What we discovered was the existence of a mysterious power with the potential to trigger a rogue mega evolution in Lumioi City. and calling it Mega Power, but why is it accumulating here in Lumiois? That is something our efforts still haven't been able to answer. 6 months ago, we witnessed rogue Mega Evolution occurring for the first time. Az and Floette did their utmost to pacify the poor Pokemon together, and yet, Az unfortunately lacks the constitution for lengthy battles, which left us with little recourse. That's when I stepped in to help. I swapped in for Az and battled alongside Floette in this place. Took us all by surprise. I just had to help, you know? He done so much for me. Like putting me up in the hood, white ribs, do, besides Floette did all the work. He's a special Pokemon. She. Alright. And that and that Light of Ruin move is amazing. Rain there found out about the threat in Lumiois, inspired him to create Team MZ, as you would call it. They put every effort into reaching the upper ranks in order to be a better position and help us deal with these cases of rogue Mega Evolution. Now you have made it to those very ranks. Remain soon, we will be depending on your strength. Vinny, who is that with you? Madam Prison, these are the 2 young trainers who have been working with Az. I see. Lovely to meet you both. I must return to my duties now that President Jet has arrived. Please excuse me. You know why it's important for us to be strong. Let's go back to the hotel. Let me yawn. Dialogue. Dialogue. Venipede is about to be Whirlipede.
More like, oh, please. Don't touch one with my cream.
I'm gonna play a little tennis ball with my plate.
I need to heal my Pokemon.
And then I can finally get Bug Horse.
Horse bug.
Horn Bug. Excuse me, may I have a moment? No. Something I'd like to share with you both.
I don't care. Go away.
Right? Are gathering mega shards in order to further research with crystals, while also keeping the city Lumiois pristine. Mega shards to us, we will happily exchange them for mega stones and more. How about it? Sure. Give me a mega Delphox. Houndemite.
Yeah. Oh wow, so many already.
Right.
Jesus. Carionite, nice.
Get the Lucarionite. Dramonite. It's so easy to get Mega Shards too.
Mm. Where?
I took over buildings like this really put me on edge for some reason. Take that edge off, let's go get something to eat. Yeah. Whatever. Magenta the twig. Caesar. Now that is very funny.
Alpha Kakuna.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I do now.
Yep.
Alpha Kakuna also does fucking nothing. Doing, 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 doing. Ting tong, 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 ting tong. Chitan. Houndoom and Gabite.
Well, at least I'm getting somewhere. Where did you end up getting your Fennekin and
It's a side quest.
Oh. So it's a side quest to get a new friend.
Mm-hmm. I think it might appear on your map the same as it did for Chespin and Froki. Once you get to that
Okay.
point.
Cool. Even though I have like a legion of fucking ready to go.
Waiting for the ability to summon your army.
You have no idea.
Bye, have a good time.
Bye, have enough time. My name's Jave. Into the easy way of going my Pokemon Go. Well, I could buy Great Balls now. Cool.
Don't you feel great?
I do. Oh, they give out Premier Balls now with every ball. Okay.
Yep, that's a good
That's
change.
new. I'm okay with that.
I am also okay with that.
I'll buy 10 more.
And it's not like the old time where in order to get like the most out of your purchase, you had to buy literally 10 at a time.
Yeah.
In this case, if you want to get the most out of your purchase, you want to at least buy in tens. Like say 20 balls, you get 2 premieres.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I wonder what I'm going to get on my birthday. Probably disappointment.
Yippee. Vampire up there? Okay. Oh yeah. I still can't believe I got 2 Fletchinder shinies.
I can't believe it's not buttery.
Up there.
Yeah, one shiny Fletchling, and I think the Fletchinder was shiny. You got them in the same session.
I did. I forgot which was which though. No, they were both Fletchlings. Yeah, they
Oh, I
were.
just threw a Pokeball at the ball. Oops.
They were both fletchlings. They were neither one of them was a fletchinder. It's just I actually evolved one of them to a fletchinder.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is much more comfortable today. Oh no, I just hit the fashion zone. Fuck. I'm gonna get broke.
You know how easy it is to get money in this game?
Yeah. Freaking the Callus generation was easy then too. Like ridiculous.
Money is not a problem in this game. You okay, hon?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I heard a sharp sound come from you.
It's probably because I'm doing stuff on my Switch.
I see.
Yeah, I'm playing through. Oh yeah, another thing I like, which is probably the fact that I'm able to mess and get my Pokemon out of my boxes without going into a PC,
Yeah.
which is fucking great. Alright, I got a Pikachu. Sure thing, I'll take your hair across. That trailer's name triggered me.
I'm going the wrong fucking way.
Use a map, you fucking nerd.
No,
Okay,
it's upside down.
well, that's your problem. Boys.
I am Swift.
I would have laughed if the Raichu evolved into the Alolan Raichu that surfs up, brah.
Surf Kachu.
Yeah, Surf Kachu.
What now? Hey Naveen, mind if we join you for a bit? For a bite? I'm done eating actually, but I'd really like to enjoy some post-meal alone time. More importantly, are you sure you know what you're doing? I mean, Jinzu, if you keep winning your way up to the ranks in the Zia Real, eventually you'll have to face the gamer prodigy, the streaming sensation of the keyboard legions. You're going to have to battle Kanari. Oh. What? Have you not heard of her? She's Iron Mouse. I mean, I'm sorry. She honestly looks like an Iron Mouse VTuber.
Like her eyes.
Her eyes are pretty cool, I'm gonna be real. She honestly looks like if Iron Mouse was told to make a Miku inspiration.
Yeah, I could see that.
Iron Mouse is cool though. She's awesome. She's got a good voice too, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Bold, vibrant vision in your sweet. I said sweetwear. I meant to say streetwear. And her gameplay, so daring, so dynamic. What game? I don't see any game. Not just a local Lumioy star either. Her streams and skills are taking all of Callous West time. I feel like this is interesting. Oh, you plan on battling Canary? That Canary? The Canary? Yeah. Won't get to A rank if we don't. You mustn't. A Pokemon battle with Canary? The nerve. The closest we fans could ever get to her is perhaps claiming a Canary plush in exchange for colorful screws. It wouldn't be proper for the likes of us to even enter her orbit. So you probably figured this out, but Naveen's a pretty serious Canary fan. Oh, for some reason, he's not a member of Canary's fan club, Dynamo. Called Dynamo because Electros, Canary's partner Pokemon, evolves from Dynamo. And the A in her name is a 4 to make it gamery, I guess? Of course I'm not a member of Dynamo. If I join now, they'd think I'm some common bandwagoner, not the diehard fan I am. There's more to fandom than being in the official club anyway. Me, what matters is watching all her content and learning all there is to know about her. Then I can design amazing outfits that she could wear on her streams. That's the dream, at least. Is it part of her appeal, the fact that she just always wears her own regular clothes on stream? What do you know anyway? When you deny my humble dream to design an outfit for someone I so admire? Hold on, that thought. Vinny's calling. Blue. You detected high concentrations of Mega Power? So you found some already? Wow, Vinny, you do your job quick. Got it. Team MZ will figure out how to take care of this. Talk to you later. Sounds like they pinpointed some areas where a Pokemon's likely to rogue Mega Evolve. Doesn't mean we have some kind of strategy meeting? You don't get to eat food. Got it. Let's back to Papa to Petit. Get no food. And leave me in the dust. As the sun gets low.
Umbreon. Yeah, can I have that Pokeball back? Thank you.
Do I not have a repeat ball? Huh. Fuck it, that ball.
What the fuck are we doing alive?
Cool. And now have a yellow Flabébé.
Flabébé.
Yes.
Flabooby.
What today? Blue, or red, yellow. I don't know what the other two were, but I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out once I see them. Croissant.
A croissant?
Croissant.
What's it about? I had to put my shirt back on. I was starting to get a little cheeky. You're being. No.
Excuse me.
Bless
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Jesus. Oh.
Sorgi. That one was brewing for a little bit, I'm gonna be real. So, I'm getting a weird feeling with this game currently.
How so?
It feels like these people have just gotten used to the fact that Pokemon are a thing. Even though Pokemon and humans have been around for as time could tell.
Right. You have the inkling it's kind of tied to Legend of Arceus
Yeah,
to a point.
it is, but this is thousands of years in the future. Is there a Pokeball purchasing place?
A Pokemon Center?
No. There's actually places where you can buy some things. Like for instance, in some locations you can buy straight up Mega Stones.
Oh.
I need to I gotta do some searching so I can find places that I can actually buy Pokeballs from. So, because like, obviously there's like a lot of different Pokeballs you can get in this game currently, but it feels like I can only find them instead of buying them. No way.
Oh.
No
What?
way. Did I just white hand? What? 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 What?
What just happened?
That is some creepypasta shit. What the hell, Pokemon? Interesting. So, I just wanted to see if there's like any outside areas I can just explore a little bit. No, it's just you hit the zone here. It's like, oh, you want to leave Lumiois? Are you sure you want to leave Lumiois? Yeah, you got unfinished business. Are you actually sure you want to leave Lumiois? You're leaving, like, literally all the things that you're here for behind in Lumiois. Are you absolutely sure? And then it pans up to your face and switches to a frown. You take a bag, you go down the way, and it says, Adio, Lumiois City. And you head to an airport. But then you just wake up on a bench. What?
We're strange.
This is no one allowed to leave Lumiois City? Is there a mysterious, like, force keeping people in Lumiois City? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. I got it up here. Huh. I pressed the Y button, and I got nothing. Anyways,
Why would you do that?
so I can gap jump.
Well, I throw a piece of popcorn at you. I forgot how addicting smart food popcorn is.
Yes.
It ain't making me any smarter, though.
Right? Yellow fluid.
Running around like a maniac.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can find... I don't know what I'm looking for, honestly. I don't know what I'm looking for going here, at least. Like, I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know why I'm going here.
Just kind of like a bucket.
Mm-hmm. I might honestly just look up to see if there's any Pokeball stores. Hello? Hunter? Random as a Goomy. Okay.
Little out of reach. Good job, Rachel.
Neat.
Or like bean.
Huh. And there do be nothing going on, isn't there?
That's true.
Roselli.
This is an interesting berry.
Mm-hmm. Thought so. It's a Pokemon Center. Am I close to a new Pokemon Center? No. Huh. Sure, there's a lot going on here. Eee, ploof. It's nearly daybreak. I don't care. Oh my god, like I totally fucking care.
Pardon me.
Tasty. So many revives.
A new day is dawning. I'm gonna dawn.
I'm about to dawn. Skip, 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 skip.
Fine, I guess I don't get to dawn after all. Good lord.
No dawn. No dawning zone. Hello, Garchomp.
I'm gonna crumb instead.
I'm gonna crumble.
And I'm gonna scrunkle.
Crumble till a scrunkle.
Scrunkle them all.
Squim diddly squankly dunk.
Okay, there we go.
Cafe. This might be a shopping place. Or not. Rouge District. There's an Arbok here.
Bach.
Charbaka.
More like bean.
E.
Big old bumbly.
Bully. It'd be really cool if I could just, you know, ride Pokemon or something. Shit.
Yeah, like your horse bug.
Yeah. Satchel, clothing, more clothing, hairstyle. Lots of Hapagar day. A potion. Shopping area.
I caught myself monkey.
Monkey. I'll look it up.
Because I remembered what you said in the third entry. They're found in trees.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. I mean, I gotta stop throwing my balls.
Strategy meeting. Let's start. Don't mind me, I'm looking something up. Study room, guess what? Doubles as a meeting room. Before you go in. What's up? This should do it. We can come in now. Cool. Thrown their support behind our bench. It's time we start tackling like the rogue mega evolution problem in earnest. Okay, we can use something like this. It's Team MZ's flag, complete with our logo. That's so cool! Naveen really knows his way around a needle and thread, huh? So talented. This is sort of my thing, after all. Not to be a buzzkill or anything, but should we get to the strategy meeting now? Oh right, yeah, let's get to strategizing.
Strategeries.
Brain powering. If I call the strategy meeting in order. Intel we got from Vinny, Rogue Mega Evolution Pokemon are probably gonna appear in 3 locations. As a spot on my glasses.
Sorry, not sorry. That was all on me.
Where did I put my microfiber cloth? Son, did you steal my microfiber cloth again?
Maybe.
Damn it! Now how am I gonna clean my glass?
Yes.
But son, my glasses. How am I supposed to clean my glasses?
Your hopes and dreams.
Son, all I have is nightmares.
Well, I don't know what to do then. I can't help you. Like you could use my tail.
Last time I did that, it melted my glasses.
I warned you. I was too hot to handle.
You're just hot. And blue, this one's probably gonna be a slow bro. Second is John to Sector 3. Expect the camera up to be a problem. Target should be a victory bell. Wanna say anything, Naveen? Nothing in particular. Come on, Naveen. Nothing at all? Go on
Nothing
then,
at all.
team leader. Step up and explain it for everybody. Nothing at all. The place where the Slowbo is supposed to go rogue in Blue District isn't far from the Stone Emporium on Vernal Avenue. Ah, I see. Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon damages Stone Emporium. We might not be able to shop there anymore. Which means losing source.
You got mail.
Yeah, you mail. What
When
did
is
he
this
say?
going off?
Let's stop by the Stone Emporium to stock up on Mega Stone sometime soon. Would that help us with these rogue Mega Pokemon? That's your takeaway? Insurance? Oh no. What's up? I almost missed the start of Kanari's daily stream. We're literally in the middle of a strategy meeting. Just watch the archive streamed later. Clearly you don't understand. You can't savor being part of the chat when you're watching from the archive. Surely you agree, Shinzu? Looking like a true fan. Huh. I guess there's more to watching a stream than just sitting there looking. Hey Lita, focus. We're still in this strategy meeting here. I think we should split up and each head to a different Pokemon's location. And Shinzu can circle around and lend some firepower at each spot. Sound good? How come? As she's a super talented trainer, we'll all feel better off with her fighting at our sides. I get where everyone's coming from. That's a lot of pressure. Are you okay with that? Let's give it a try. With my shotgun. Make sure you pull your weight. Don't let Shinzu handle everything. Got it? No way. What now? And I reacted to something I said in chat. Whoa, that's a Well, wait, Naveen, we're still in a strategy meeting. Seriously, just watch it in the archive. Been over this. I could have had that moment in chat just now if I were watching it after the fact. Here, look for him. We should all look into the Pokemon species that we're supposed to be, yeah. Some solid strategies. Already have one. It's called Electric and fucking grass. On the grass. Guess it makes sense. targets. Let's break this up into 3 missions. I also have a water, which is for alligator. Classified a rogue mega evolving Slowbro at Aimless Park in the Blue District. Urbane will head to that one first. Slowbro, so grass and electricity. Rogue mega camera route that should be on the rooftop in Jean District, Sector 3. Yay, Rogue mega camera and Victory Bell, which I have literally bracing for. Is painful for Pokemon. In their pain, they might end up hurting whoever or whatever that's around them. We've got to help everyone we can, Pokemon and people alike. That does it for our strategy meeting. Want to watch the rest of Canary stream together, Naveen? No, thank you. I prefer watching Canary stream on my own. Rude. Jinsu, I received word from Vinny. So you have committed yourself to saving the Pokemon suffering from Rogue Mega Evolution? Pokemon suffering from Rogue Mega. In that case, you should have this. Relegate. Yay! The final evolution of the Totodile you received is a Pokemon for Alligator, which is what I have. Alligator is capable of Mega Evolving. You give that for Alligator to hold. There's more smiling faces here at the hotel since you arrived. I think this is because you help bring people and Pokemon together, and you don't realize yourself. Listen well, Shinzu. Every time I see a Floette, I'm always thinking of Evie. Floette, Evie. Roselia, Evie. Voodoo, Evie. Besides the future survival of both. This is why we must protect Lumio's Pokemon and people to bring about a bright future for all. You chat. I'm sorry. Times. Oh my God, that's times the still technically okay. Yeah. Times you may have several main missions become available at once. You're free to take them on whichever you choose. Blah, 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 blah. Right now, I need to go to the Rogue District. That's where I need to go. Pokeball Boutique. Pokeball Boutique. Yeah. Ah. Dink. Hey, look. It's even got a whole ass Pokeball.
Whole ass ball.
Here, think fast. Yeah. I got that from the store over there. It's called a Pokeball Boutique. It sells unusual Pokeballs. You don't say. Here we go. It's funny when even the game developers know that ball is fucking useless. 3 Premier Balls. One Premier Ball. Three Premier Balls.
Balls.
What a load of balls. Wow. I wasted so much money.
But hey, You got a load of balls.
I got a load of balls. It's okay. I have like 1,000 different things I could just sell.
Yeah. Yeah, those add up real quick.
Oh yeah.
And then soon it'll be like Wario. Wah.
I'm rich. Greninja. Holy shit. Greninja. Pato Greninja.
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 Greningen.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. What? Whee! Bloof. Swablu. Wow, that's pretty. Ah! Oh shit, that's a pigeon. Dun, 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 dun. Sassy. Give to the alligator. $215 tiny mushrooms. Wow. Excuse me, pitch it. At Verosite. Lava Knight. Buy this. Huh. No anthracite. Manectrite. What time is it? It's almost 1 in the morning. Daddy. Heidi ho, time for bullshit, I guess. Victory bell, okay. So victory up, oh, I want to have a Brixian. It's actually very close to becoming a Delphox.
No. Delphox.
Yeah, you fuck shit. Fable, holy shit. Umbreon too? Wow. Okay. Rogue Mega Evolution is like something out of a nightmare. Pokemon Mega Evolving with no trainer and simply suffering? I'll help you take care of this. How lucky for us that Victory Bell decided to show up in this courtyard. We may be able to take care of things before anyone even notices. Rogue Mega Evolution is like something out of a nightmare. Pokemon Mega Evolving with no trainer and is simply suffering? I'll help you take care of this. It's like you just said that 2 minutes ago. Concentration of Mega Power in your vicinity is rising rapidly. Warning, Mega Evolution is imminent. I'm ready to handle it. Mega Victory Bell. Use moves as plus moves to increase their strength. I drained some power from the Mega Ring. The moves with plus move mark can be used as plus moves. I'm gonna press plus before choosing a move, okay. Yeah, I just tanked that. Really just stood there, didn't you? Come on, come to the edge, come to the edge, come to the edge, come on. There we go. Took it down without Mega Evolution.
You did it.
Yes, I did it. Wow. Victory Belite. Calcified my pee. You got a Victory Belite? Oh, if you're itching to try it, you got a Weeping Bell. You can evolve Weeping Bell into Victory Bell by using a Leaf Stone. Put that aside, why do Mega Stones appear when we pacify rope paper Pokemon? What could that mean? Have a tail. Hi, Relau. I'm just laying here.
Like a bean.
I'm just sensually laying here, it's all. Where am I going next?
You've got mail.
I'm going to mail next. Do this one next. Oh, I got a couple of, a good few. Okay. Ooh. You're not, I did, okay. It's okay, Relau. Just randomly woke up and decided to hop in my stream, throw a bunch of random things at me. I get it. You're frustrated. You just randomly woke up and you had to throw something. What'd I do now? Ding, pop, oof, buff, and have buff. That's interesting. Yeah, not right now. I'm not using Absol. It's in my hot swap list though. Looks like that Slowbro there is on the verge of Rogue Mega evolving. Yes. Rogue evolution is imminent. The thing about Mega Slowbro is that it's got really high defense. Gotta use, so we gotta make it evolve our Pokemon. Oh wow. White screen. Mega Slowbro. Jeez. Ah. It's moving away. You stop firing directly at me? Like, literally, look at Pignite. No. No. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Come on. This Airfrost wants to be weird. May or may not be smart. Stop. Stop it. Leave me alone. Stop it. Leave me alone. No, go away. Stop it. Stop popping to me. Stop it. Leave me alone. You don't need to hop to me. Come on. Leave me alone. Go. No. Stop it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Stop it. Leave me the fuck alone. Rasad, it won't stop sloshing at me.
Oh god. That's a phrase. Oh. God, that's terrifying. Good god.
It won't leave me alone. Why won't me leave me alone? Fine, I get close to you, and then leave. Why did you even chase me? Is it gonna be a pain? Yes. I use a max revive. It's big boy time. Return to Totodile. Come on, focus. My God, keep it. Wow. Jeez. That was a little bit of pain. Slow bro night. It won't work for a Galarian Slowbro, however. Which tells me Galarian Slowbro is in this. We did it! Slowbro Knight, huh? Slowbro hold that, it can make it evolve and help us take on rogue Pokemon. Yay! I'm done here. I'm gonna go home. One more. Neat. Did the fire scree fall asleep?
Oh.
Oh, okay. We shall snuggle together then.
Yes. And then we shall snuggle the world.
Yes.
So I'll probably end up maybe going to bed here soonish.
That's fair.
Bididoo, bididoo, bididoo. Bididoo.
This is most unusual. Well, if it ain't the new Hotel Z kid. You're quite the hot topic these days. What do you mean? Everyone's talking about the traders who shut up the ranks in a flash. I heard about this stuff because I'm entered in the ZA Royale myself, you see. And I did things and shit. Look at my fucking hat, it's got a Megastone in it. I'm so fucking cool. So tell me, what's a trader like yourself doing in a place like this? We're gonna be tinkering with the scaffolding, so can I ask you to make like lightning and bolt? About to get dangerous here. Dangerous? Thanks, kid, but in our line of work, we're a hair away from danger every day. I don't like getting rough with folks, but we've got a job to do, see? If you're gonna get in our way, I'll get one of these fellas to battle you. I'll battle. Feel like a big shot after your rise in the ranks? Alright, let's show this kid. Grass would do good here. Double. That's not good. No wonder everyone's talking about you. Sorry, boss. I lost. Not bad, kid. I can see how you managed to leap up in the ranks now. Here, let me heal your Pokemon to apologize for challenging you out of the blue like that. You beat us fair and square, so we'll get out of your hair. Alright, crew, let's clear out for a bit. I'm here, and I guess the Pokemon that's set to Rogue Mega Evolve must be up above us, huh? Hold up, we're gonna climb this? Guess we gotta. After all, there's a Rogue Mega Evolving Pokemon up there that needs our help. Don't tell me to climb up? Watch yourself. Speak for yourself, laddie. I went the wrong way. Oh look, it's camel rubbed. Oh. Who thought that scaffolding was a good idea? You think we'll really find a Pokemon about to Rogue Mega Evolve up on the... Oh. That's the camel rub. It really is here. Do not want to see what happens if we get knocked off the roof by an attack. I guess it should be fine, huh? Our Rotom phones will always save us. Alright, let's save the camera up. I'll give it all I got. Better. Wom. Wom. Let's do this. White screen mode. Let's do it. Beat the white screen. Hump day! It's time to Mega Evolve. Oh, it's angry. Come on. Ow. There we go. It tried to run. It really did try to run.
Oh, jeez.
Was a lot easier than the slow bro.
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 Boom.
Camera update. Phew. Looks like it's over. You really are kind of like secret weapon. Get what you've been saying. Look, my great out there, especially your partner, Whirlipede. Yay, Lottie, to the rescue. Did it. Healed my Pokemon.
Yay, they got band-aids.
Band-aid. Guess that's the last of Pokemon that were in the danger of Rogue Mega Evolving. Let's head back to Hotel Z. Puddle Z.
Morph!
Boof. It's the blinking butthole Pokemon.
Zygarde, dog form, the blinking butthole Pokemon.
Is that not what it does? Is that
That is
butthole not
true.
blink?
I don't know, will it blink?
Will it blink?
That is more likely than you think.
A blink-a-dink.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off and get to bed there, hon.
Okie dokie.
Well, I hope you have fun.
I will.
Good.
Yes. Mwah.
And I will chat with you tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Love ya.
Love you too. There we go. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Jeez, freaking Discord was being a butt. Ah. But yes. Good night.
Good night. Okay. And thus, I do a woof. What is your two? One here. Okay, that's weird. I think it's funny because I think Brixton's ready to evolve into Delphox. Or not. One more level. Just one more level. Just one more level. Just one more level. Z. Oh, what's up? Sexy wants to battle with you. Zed. You're into a battle with the mysterious Pokemon Zygarde. Feraligatr. Slap. Literally just bitch slap it. Why the fuck do you want to battle me? Woof. Zygarde has something in his mouth. You received a pebble? Pebble. An ordinary pebble entrusted to you by the Pokemon known as Zygarde. It is completely unremarkable. It's just as bad as an award-losing smile. You're the one. Pokemon trainer that earned the attention of Zygarde. They pet it? I beg your pardon. Allow me to properly explain. I am called L. This is Zygarde, a Pokemon that defends the order of all things. Z. Surely you sense it as well, the disturbance that threatens over in Lumiois? Mega crystals are erupting all over the city. This strange force, Mega Power, has emerged. And with wild Pokemon are succumbing to rogue Mega Evolution. Are you prepared to defend order in Lumiois? Can you face this task and not falter? I mean, if it's needed, I'm sure. A good reply. I see now why Zygarde took notice of your efforts to help the rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon. And now that you two have battled, it appears Zygarde has decided it chose you. Do you understand the meaning of this? You must become a Pokemon trainer worthy of standing at Zygarde's side. Just wanted to come here and fucking sightsee. I know who owns this place. That 3,000-year-old man. You will face his sins. But that can wait for another time. You excuse me. Okay. Welcome back. Where's Az? He's gonna go take a look at the tower. Not sure why he went all the way there instead of just going up to the roof to see it, but you know. Alright, good job on your missions. Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon really put up a fight, eh? Not to mention that you had to take them all on thanks to Urbane. It's a bit vexing that we can't effectively handle Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon unless we have Mega Evolved Pokemon ourselves. True, but it is what it is. Our best bet for helping those that go rogue. Let's get ready by stocking up on Mega Stones. I'll let you handle all this Pokemon stuff, Naveen. I bet you're a lot more familiar with the Pokemon here in Lumiois than we are. It's my job will be here to make sure, yeah, these two suckers, they got to do the work. Everyone's doing their part. I'm doing my part. Yeah. Seems like we're just making more work for Shinzu. Only you'd know what would befall you when you ran into Urbane by the station. What's that supposed to mean? Yay! Did you get assigned an opponent for your promotion match? Let's see, your opponent is Dynamos. That's funny. Kanari? This is Dire. My teammate against Kanari? How could I ever choose whose side to take? How could you not immediately choose Sinju? Oh, lucky us, Naveen can tell us all we need to know about what's-her-face. Canary? Her name is Kanari, and I'll thank you to respect it. But where would you even find Kanari? The place she streams from is kept secret, obviously, and her fan meet and greets happen in random places without much warning. You'd need to search every house and alleyway if you want to challenge her. Kanari wouldn't be living in some old alleyway. What do you take her for? Kanari's quite busy. She's always streaming new games as they come out. The Falling Block puzzle game, Build Up, is incredibly hot in the community right now. Nari is practically always on stream, battling for the best high score. Are you trying to help here, or just bring us all down? Yeah, you're her fan, aren't you? Don't you have any useful intel? Problem is precisely that I'm Kanari's fan, which is why I don't want to impinge on her streaming. Okay, how about this? Naveen, you're gonna battle Shinzu. If you win, you don't have to tell her anything to help her get to Kanari. If you lose, you spill it. I suppose that's acceptable. Okay, it's settled. As Kanari's fan, I'm honor bound to win, to protect her and her streams. Alright, let's go out front. And before I do that, I'm going to AFK for a hot bit. I need to take a shower, long story short. So, give me 5 to 20 minutes, give or take, and I'll be back. Watch Ari come in here. Whoa. Smee? Swip? Where were we? Alright, bullshit. Bullshit though. 6 hours, huh? Not bad. Big evolution usage won't save you. My passion as a fan will win the day for Canary. Bring it on then. Oh, I suspect you'll make it to Canary with or without my help. But I'd be no true fan if I didn't fight to protect the sanctity of her channel. You're challenged by Davine of Team MZ. Ariados. Okay. Should be a neutral matchup. Sableye. Yeah. I can't lose now. Scraggy. There we go. Oh, really are a force to be reckoned with. You're damn straight. As you'll really think about it, this is my chance to prove I'm Kanari's #1 fans. Sure, Naveen, let's just go back inside. No, I can do it out here. I mean, he's about to go out there anyways, right? So, how do we get to meet Gnarly? Oh, very well, that's not her name. But I gave my word, so here's what I know. Canari's most diehard fans, the Canatics, can participate in an exclusive event. Canary Quiz Whiz Contest. It's challenging, but if you win, you can ask Canary for a favor, a handshake, an autograph, or a promotion match. Most likely, yes. But how would we get into the contest? Casuals like you wouldn't make it past the door, but a true fan such as I could certainly enter. Though I prefer not to have to compete on the same level as the rivals that normally go. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Shinzo. We'll be the one competing. But how's she gonna win? Even if she starts watching streams now, I doubt she'll know enough in time. Well, good thing we've got a connoisseur here. Her name's not for jokes. But still, as much as I'd rather not mingle with her only fan... mingle with her other fans... I don't mind the idea of expressing my devotion to Canary through my vast knowledge. Before we head to the event, please secure your challenger's ticket. Once you've done that, I'll share more about how to participate in the contest. Remember, you gotta get a challenger's ticket to qualify for any promotional match. I get the feeling Navene's actually pretty excited for this quiz, don't you think? Yeah, and I'm excited to end this dialogue so I can actually do shit. Jeez. Ebaba. Okaberry. Just gotta get a challenger's ticket. That's all. Roast berry. Alright. Well, it's about to reach that part. Nighttime, even. Why don't we do a couple of things? See if we can do at least two. We can at least do one here. Director's office. What, am I gonna get another Pokemon? I mean, get those research tests done. What? Laboratory. You. Hi there, I'm a specialist in restoring Pokemon fossils. Did you know that the Stone Emporium here in Lumiois has two varieties of fossils for sale? They have the Jaw and Sail fossil. I have had my eye on them for a while now, but I just can't decide which one to get. Would you mind picking one out for me to break the deadlock? Choose whichever you like. Once you bought either the Jaw or Sail, please bring it back here. Just so you know, the Stone Emporium is over in Vernal Avenue. It's funny because once I get the Switch too, transferring data from here to there is gonna be stupid. It won't actually happen. I know that much. Cool. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Hey there, I'm a color contacts designer. Maybe you use some of my designs. Thing is, I've been stuck in a bit of a creative rut recently. I guess you can call it a slump. Need something to get my creativity flowing. I need inspiration through change, and I think I know exactly what I need to see. Mega evolution. Mega evolution is the definition of change. I need to see the power it brings to Pokemon. I want to see a Mega Camera up. I bet its power. Yeah. I can get a fucking camera up. A Feather Retribbon Remercrupt. Huh. Did not know this was here. Blastoidsite, but no. Okay. I got 3. Piece of amber? You know, but I'm looking to restore one of the bosses I mentioned before. It should be Aerodactylite. Maybe. I don't know. Woof. Yeah. Tyrant. Restored from the jaw fossil. It's Tyrant. Tyra. On reflection, I think you should be the one to raise this Tyrant. You were very kind to carry out my odd request. That makes you trustworthy, trainer in my book. Hey, Tyrant. But even some amber, I'll gladly restore them for you anytime. Yeah. So this is Aerodactyl? I think? Amara? Okay. Okay, so that's Aerodactyl? Alright, sure. Camera. Okay. I gotta battle you. No, I come to a certain conclusion when it comes to Pokemon types. It's that normal is the greatest type. After all, normal type have almost no weaknesses. Using normal types basically sets you up to have an advantage against any other opponent. I've traveled all over this world and have battled against all kinds of Pokemon, so I know what I'm saying. How about I prove my theory to you in battle? You ready to help me prove that I'm right? Say the word. I'm gonna prove to you that normal types are greatest of all. You ready for that? I'm ready. The Pokemon are all normal type Pokemon. They should beat any other type you throw at them, except fighting. Don't do fighting because that's bad. Don't do that. Also, don't do ghost because we'll go nowhere. Is it? Oh, no, technically fairy. There we go. Oh, buddy. And finished. It also doesn't have any resistances. Right, normal types aren't normally known for clinching a victory, are they? Oh hey, I can get a Delphox now. I guess it's unavoidable that a trader has to care about type matchups after all. But you see... I just can't remember them all. There are too many types and combinations. It's impossible. Come on, admit it. You haven't memorized every possible type matchup either, have you? Not entirely. I'm gonna be truthful. That's what I thought. None of us have. But I think I'll stick with normal types. They may not be the greatest, but at least they're adaptable to all kinds of situations. Though there is one type that normal types moves are completely ineffective against. A dreaded ghost type. If only normal type moves worked on ghost types, then my team would be ready for any opponent. Yeah. Lucario. I haven't come across a shiny in a minute. Which is interesting, I suppose. I can fly to this one. Rush around and nah. My Pokemon healed. No, they're not. Intriguing. It's completely. That's so funny. Oh, I see why these are important. Figures you I'd like to offer a full 3-course feast at Pokemon Battles at Red Summon. Your dishes come to simply as free charge. Would you like to try it? Sure. Right here. Please follow me this way. The first course, we humbly represent Audrey's Pokemon. Bon appetit. Aubrey. My goodness. Brain's going to melt and malfunction if we ever meet someone named Audrey. Wow. He did it. Her girlfriend knows how to enjoy her salad. The next second quest, we home to present Thomas's Pokemon. Bon appetit. Are my Pokemon healed? You upset if they're not. Thomas de Cormay. Panifer. Whirlipede. They're not. Gotta find that. You should hone your palate enough to appreciate truly fine dishes. And for the third course, we humbly present Theory's Pokemon. Bon appetit. Theory? Terry? Bob. I'm sorry, little one. Flap. Victory! I was defeated by my insatiable hunger for a battle I could save you. Magnifique. Here's a little show of appreciation for you fully savoring all of our restaurant has to offer. One star. Yay. We do ask that you pay the usual 3,000 from your visit your next visit on. Yay. Unhealed? But I also forgot to evolve. Change moves though. Nice shock. Physical damage, but it's a special attack. What? How can you poison jab? What the fuck? You're a physical attacker, right? Right, you're physical attacking. Time for Del Fox actions. The beam. Mystical fire. I literally just put flamethrower on you. That's fine. Behind me. Hold on, actually, where do I find that blue? Where do I find that power plant? Shit. I gotta figure. Oh, hold on. Does it tell me what the key items? The staff at Pristine Construction will trade you the goods in exchange for them. What the fuck is Pristine? Here? Guess it's here? Yeah, here we are. Ah, I think I found where she streams. Hmm. Good. This ought to be interesting now. I did not know, honestly. I thought there was just some random bullshit. Buttons are great, aren't they? I get to spend my days catching Magikarp. Now look, I was able to catch an extra large Magikarp. It said XL in its summary, so I know it's for sure it's a big one. Extra large, extra splashy. You know, I dare say there's a single Magikarp out there that's bigger than mine. Why, if you do manage to catch a Magikarp that's bigger than XL, I'd love to see it. Suppose I've heard there's an unusually large Magikarp in Wild Zone 2. That's just to remind you. I think I have the bigger Magikarp, considering I caught like 2 or 3 alphas. What's this? That Magikarp of yours? How in the world did it get so huge? It's an alpha? What do you mean it's an alpha? That's cheating. Besides, I'm not accepting defeat just yet. Everyone knows the true side of a superior Magikarp is how high it can jump. Let's have a jump off. On your mark, get set, go! Do your thing, my XL Magikarp. Such mighty jumping power. I admit defeat. There's no way I can compete with that. An Alpha Magikarp isn't just big, it can jump higher than anything I've ever seen. You win. At least this experience gave me a new goal. I'm going to catch my very own Alpha Magikarp. I'll have a whole army of massive Magikarp. Onward to Wild Zone 2. Yeah. I got a pearl. Hey. That kinda hurt my voice a little bit. That's the point. I gotta train it if I want it to be doing things, I guess. And also hydrate it, because, yeah. Delicious. Ba-da-da-bum. Pokemon battles are nuanced. You can't expect to win just by using strong moves all the time. Spreading that message is why I battle. If you really want to become stronger, then let me teach you about barriers, moves that reduce the damage your Pokemon take. Talk to me if you want to battle. I'll show you what barriers can do. Are you ready to face me? Pokemon use moves that reduce the incoming damage from opponents' attacks. Some of us call these moves barriers. Yeah, so you get a brick break and then no more barrier. It'd be like glad I don't have a brick break. Good job, Rod. That is not for alligator. Oh. But I reduced the damage my team would take from attacks. Why are you stronger than I expected? I don't think you need me to teach you about barriers. Still, a promise is a promise. Let me explain the moves my Pokemon used. Reflect reduces the damage the user's team takes from physical moves for a while. Light Scream is similar, but it reduces damage taken from special moves instead. You have a lot more opportunities in battle if your Pokemon are taking less damage. I gotta admit, feels like kinda embarrassing to lecture someone who beat me. I'm sure you have no problem combining moves to get all sorts of effects. Yay. Absolutely. She could kill me up too. I don't have a drag. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have a natural dragon. Curlia's here too. And we'd have Curlia here. Problem is Psychic Fairy, but I need the Fairy, but I already have Psychic. Grass poison, bug poison. I don't have a fighting type. Oh no, put it over Diggersby. Put it over Airforce. Oh. Night is falling over the city. Hey. Wah. Wah. Time to enter into City 17. It's time to do battle. Interesting. It's the shopping district. I'm almost on top of it. Wow. Let's go. Helium tile. Good. Oh. Wow. I'm so sorry, little guy. I don't want to fight Froakie. Or, Frogadier. Oh, I can't see. This is a stupid spot to battle in. This is so stupid. It was so fucking stupid. It still is stupid. Fire spin. I win. Shit. Thank you. Holy crap. Hey, Ramao. I'm in one of the worst possible spots for a battle. Look at this shit. What is this? Eh.
Gato.
Are you having fun? Yeah, skill issue for the days to make a better battle spot. Jeez. I'm missing one more move shot. Where am I? Where am I? Timer ball. This place sucks. Jump it. Okay. Nom nom nom. I know. Okay, I can get Bug Horse now. Any more better moves? No. I mean... I mean, Toxic Spikes is not that bad. But they got Poison Jab as well. Constitute's pretty good. Actually, that's all. Okay. Sure. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. It's whatever. It's whatever. I can't go through here. Way. Grab this real quick. Yoink. Fucking rock type moves. Okay, thank God I got a Whirlipede. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. That's even more unfortunate. Fuck. Fuck it. Surprised that even hit, honestly. I mean, I'm not gonna complain, but sure. Ow! What the fuck? Fuck it. Sure. Just give it a poke. It's fine. Sure. Is there a... Oh, there it is. I thought it was gonna be at the bottom. It's at the top. Why don't you just bundle them up, though? Unnecessary clutter. That is the Game Freak way. Bug Horse, I need you. Yay! Smug Bug Horse. What? It makes it even more smug. Did I ride Bug Horse? Want to ride Bug Horse? Heyo, can you knock this guy out? Love it. Fucking cannot. God, this is a terrible battle zone. Of course it's a war turtle. Why wouldn't it be a fucking war turtle? Cause damn. Literally as soon as I sent it out. Okay. Managed to get a poison off. No, fuck it, no box. Jeez. Hello, Sunny. Buff indeed. Oh. I gotta sneak up and do a rock type move. Ooh. Did I hit it? Gotta wait safe there. Thank you. Good job, Buckhorse. You did it. There we go. Good. Shit. Choke. I'm obliterate your ass. Oh, you can just detect it. That's fine. Can you do it again? Huh. That would be a no. I'm not very good at this game. I heard God of Wars are in. Dazzling gleam. It takes with a better flotation light. Wow. The move Swift has gotten completely nerfed. That's pretty sad. Yes. Legender. Kablow. Use a super effective move. Doesn't matter which kind. Shit! Hello, Scoliope. That's not mine. Fuck. The gasps, even. Fuck-a-doodle-doo, dude. Cool. Imonga. Cool. What the fuck almost saw me? What? Okay. Electric. Yay! Ten. I had to do that 3 times? It would have been better if it was just, I don't know, once? Where are you going, Aubrey? Where the fuck are you going? Aubrey forgot. Just floating away. Oh my god. Man. That was funny. Oh wow. Ooh, milk. Smooch delivered in 3 to 5 business days. May or may not get to you. There we go. Bug Boy's down. Stun feasting. That is trouble. Oh shit. These fights may get done in 3 to 5 business days. Okay. Yay! That should be complete, basically. Yep, I did it. All done in one night. I did the challenger's ticket. I did it. Whoop-de-doo. I got opponents who are unaware within the first blow. Bullet blow? Is that a dynamo? Fuck. Oh my god, this Absol. I can't target the Absol. I can now target the Absol. Way to go, Riolu. You did it. You fucking did it. You actual mad lad. You fucking did it. Didn't take down the Absol, but it's fine. What the fuck? How and why? Oh, this is going to be very interesting. I need Ampharos. I'll go shiny hunt. Oh, this is gonna be very troubling. Oh, quick. Cancel. Time run. I'm hope. It wouldn't matter if it's female. Can you unlock? Yeah, that's right. Fist bump. Oh my god. Stop it. What? Okay. It just returned back to its normal spot. Be better if I came from that bush. Excuse me? Change it! What do? Knock it out. Gotta knock it out. Gotta knock it out. Gotta knock it out. Okay, we're good. Get around. Around. There we go. Not so very go. Oh boy. What? I need that backstrike, basically. Turn around. Turn around. Okay. Let's check with a repeat ball. Repeat ball would probably be better right now. Actually, I got an idea. Never mind. We're good. Boxes. Damn, it's mail. Oh well. Too bad there's no, surprise trade. That would be cool, right? Yeah, but, wait. You're doing Riolu shiny hunting, I assume? Because, like, you can't just say doggy shiny hunting. There's quite a few dogs in this game. Electric, Manectric, Lucina, even though they're actually Yins. But a lot of people seem to think they're dogs anyways. Go figure. Okay, but I'm gonna keep a $150 with you. I have no idea which Pokemon you are, even by the profile pic. First thing I can think of is Snubbull, maybe Vulpix. It's literally just a circle with like a teddy bear face thing. Lep. Yeah? Yeah? Very interesting, all things considering. This is not something I put myself into, believe it or not. I did in Legends Arceus? Question mark? I don't recall if I put myself in Legends Arceus. Brain go. What the fuck was I doing? Right, in the Pokemon world, nobody knows if you are or aren't a Pokemon. They'll just throw a ball at you and figure it out from there. Pokemon Legends Pizza. Spin that Eevee right round. Eevee goes spin. Let's head to electrical substation, but yeah, that's where the quiz is held. Go ahead and wait there, please come quickly. No, I don't want to. Can't sleep for shit, I feel that. Especially when you're dog shit tired, you're nodding off at the desk, you're about like a moment away from just QWERTYing the keyboard. And you're like, alright, fine, I'll listen to you, body. And you just go lay down. And now you can't go sleep for shit. Why? because some forces tell you no. That's it. Lagging. Okay, so I still need to evolve some goopers here. Still in the middling. Okay, Fletchender needs to come in. Oh, this poor Bulbasaur. Jeez. Thought it was like 3 hours good enough. Oh my god, I hate that shit. Damn. Veneers suck ass. What about these Houndowers? I can rock with a base Houndour. What is Dratini? Interesting. I'm okay with that, surprisingly. I'm still wondering why this game doesn't have a trade system. A proper trade system. Like, all we have is just, oh, here's the code, you can put in the code and trade that way system. Instead of like, hey, I kind of want to see if I can get something from somebody else, from somewhere else. I.e. Wonder Trade. I.e. Surprise Trade. Because for some reason, they had to rename it. Why? I don't know. It's freaking Pokemon. They don't know what they're doing half the damn time. They can't even keep with their own lore. Shit's wild out here, mate. Stuff. Ooh. How I just got this spot? Oh my god. Suddenly there's more side quests. Side quests. That guy's a side quest, isn't he? Hello. Oh boy, what's going on here? Lumiose City is just bursting with Pokemon. Don't you think it's wonderful? After hearing how folks here live in harmony with Pokemon, I just had to visit and see for myself. I'm so glad I did. When it comes to getting along with Pokemon, though, I could give the city a run for its money. See my two cuties here? They were a Cleffa and a Baneri when I first became their trainer. We've been traveling along together ever since, and thanks to that, we were able to evolve into a Clefairy and Lopunny. See, these Pokemon don't evolve unless they're really friendly with their trainer. But here's an idea. Why don't we have a battle? That way I can show you just how close I am with my dear Pokemon. Oh, a new competition. Bulbasaur. Let's keep it nice and friendly, but it's just Bulbasaur. Gonna come back here. Sit right there. Watch. Ciao.
Hi, I'm going to be your devil today.
Oh no. What have I done?
You're here. Then
Yes.
I can pull.
Yes, I am indeed here. What if I wasn't? What if I wasn't here?
Why would you not be here? You're willingly streaming. You're gonna continue to stream. Why?
Yes.
Anyway, I'm going to just be around here. Actually, I will temporarily say hi to a stupid little lizard. So,
He's a good lizard. Wow, my Riolu actually did a lot more than I thought. Holy shit. Wow, 16? Alright. Clearly, you are very good friends with your own Pokemon as well. Yes. Dear me, it looks like we lost. You and your Pokemon are really working together as a perfect team. How about Pokemon? Must be feeling pretty down after losing to you. Some quality relaxation time here at the cafe should cheer him up in no time. You know, that's a great thing to do, right? Oh, what?
yeah. I'm a be here. Are you the gay mild?
What?
Are you gay mild?
Yes.
That is supposed to mean what nature is your Delphox?
Good question. I'm frequently swapping these guys out. Actually, first off, I need to see what exactly is going on with Riolu. It's an Alpha. Jesus! Even the summary, it's deep. Huh.
Yeah, it's an alpha.
Interesting. This is gonna be a very interesting Riolu. Oh, I guess I should move the starter down this way. To here. And I know I have another starter somewhere, I just forgot.
I'm not gonna bother to sort my boxes until I'm done with the DLC.
Yeah. Considering we can't really do shit with this. Like I said earlier, there's like not even a wonder trade system. There's just a simple link trade, and that's it.
Yeah? Yeah, I know. You gotta complain about that?
Yes. Also, this is a very lonely Delphox. Poor Delphox. So alone. Even when it's hugging someone, it's so alone.
But at least you're not having to... I don't know. I'm literally like... tired, and you know what I'm doing?
You're staying up?
I'm staying up for I don't know how long. You've been going for 7 hours on how?
7.5? Because I had to go to sleep. I say as I keep yawning while reading dialogue aloud. I just don't like reading aloud. It makes me yawn too much, and then I feel sleepy, and I'm like, no, I don't want to read anymore. What the hell was I doing? I was gonna go to this guy. Or this guy. Side quests. What the hell is going on with that thing? I don't know.
So you're rank F, right?
Yeah. I'm about to do the, haha, streamer and fight them thing. Alright, there's an alpha Swirlix up there for some reason.
Does it eat all the cotton candy?
It ate too much candy cottons.
I will kill your Fletchinder.
You think that's bad? Here's one. Why is it not switching? There's two.
Yeah, why do you think I'm literally throwing all the fucking shiny Fletchinder I find a way and not giving a shit about them? They're so goddamn common, it's not even funny.
Fucking reduce the shiny chances of the common Pokemon. Also, wow, Absolfurfro. The fuck are you way over there for?
He's at the canal. Simple as. I wonder how many times I'm gonna need to yawn before I actually fall asleep.
Look at all those binocles. I just want to go for a ride in my beloved boat, but they're blocking the way. I don't mean to boast, but my boat's the best. But no, I can't even climb aboard. Just jump over them. That's why I need your help. Could you chase off those blasted binacle for me? They're gonna evolve, aren't they? You want to battle these binacle and chase them away? I'll chase them off, I guess. Bina!
The worst part of me shiny hunting this entire time is the fact that I'm actually missing out on the PvP rewards currently.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do PvP. Because they're really leaning into it, aren't they?
It's fun. Honestly, it's just fun.
Back to blocking my beautiful boat. The boat's not for fair. I can ride a bunch of binacle, you know. Wait, You actually want to get on my boat? Nah. Well, alright then. Let me get it ready. I'm aboard, you boat-loafing binacle.
Oh, you silly guys.
It's just a bunch of silly guys.
You know who else is silly?
That's a silly amount of cake. And ghetto.
Clearly not silly enough.
Are you at a point?
Maybe.
It's ears again. I mean, Finnegan.
Have you seen my new character yet?
Yes. Have you seen what I said beneath it?
Nah. Nah, I don't need to do that. Speedy already lost his fucking mind regardless.
Make that man melt.
Speedy is surprisingly easy to fluster.
Yes.
And by surprisingly easy, I mean concerningly easy. Piss.
What? Fan, bloody piss. The fuck
I'm saying
am I?
that because I'm hungry, but I also don't want to eat.
I feel that too. Also, what the fuck? What?
What?
Guidance from a yoga master.
Yeah. You find them up on the roof.
What? So, a really high roof. I would assume.
It's somewhere. I don't remember.
It's gotta be up here in the north, because that would be 12 o'clock.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah?
Do you know where an Absol is?
No?
Damn. Fake fan. Would you like to know where an Absol is?
Sure.
Alright, so... the question just kind of becomes if you can reach it.
Yeah? I don't have the Rotom upgrade yet. Surprisingly.
Nah, you could still reach one or two of them. Or all four, I don't know. Anyway, if you go... check your map.
I thought they were just gonna give me something.
I mean, they do.
My hat. It's gone. Oh well.
Alright, so, go to the rightmost Poké Center in John District.
John?
Yep, that one.
Oh no, jaundice.
Alright, what you do now is you go up the stairs to your left when you zone in. Left, as in you actually look to the left.
I'm directionally impaired a little bit.
Stick to the right and go up the ladder in the alley. Now just parkour over this roof.
Have you tried leaving Lumiois, by the way?
Yes, I have.
Kinda weird, isn't it?
Don't question it. Alright. Keep it up. Keep it up. Stay there.
Oh hey, Abdul.
Now if you're good, you can get over there with just a roll. There you
Cool.
go.
Neat. I'll come back for that for a second. In a second. Oh shit. I'm guessing the Absol saw me. It's trying to get to me. Where is it?
Considering it's still using attacks, yes.
Oh, it's down there. It fell. Wow. What a nerd. I may or may not be a little bit loopy.
Just a little?
Just a lottle. Hey, cuttable screw. Those are actually really helpful. I only took, like, a while to realize that getting these stupid plushies that feel completely useless is actually useful.
Yeah. No, they help a lot.
Oh, right. It has to be some dumb-looking slope thing. Huh. That's interesting.
What is?
Alpha Dratini.
Yeah.
Alright, we're good. Okay.
I will warn you that thing is level 40. Also, you're switching from day to night, so you will not be able to catch it right now.
Oh. Just keep throwing balls at it. Maybe I'll get it. Oh.
Decided to well, You went too slow.
Just a lot of it. It's fine. Now it's gonna be some kind of Gengar looking thing.
Just monkey.
Monkey.
Did you know I spent 12 fucking days shiny hunting up here for a shiny Absol?
Yes. I was following the journey on your blue sky.
You know where that journey ended too?
Yep.
Fun times. Truly fun times. Will I lose my mind again over a shiny? Currently in the process of it.
Just turn around.
Swift, if you die to this.
It's being pretty stubborn, honestly. Oh my goodness. Why it takes so long? Hey, look, it's female.
You didn't realize that up until now?
No, I was more focused on trying to actually get the damn thing. Ugh.
I think it actually has... So why are you not using Absol on your team?
Because from here on up is my entire team. Yeah, I'm interchanging it out on the fly. Mm-hmm. Whatever the situation calls for it, I could just switch out and bada bing, bada doom. Get through it.
Bagoom,
Bagoom.
as some people would say.
Bagada boom.
Hey Swift, why don't you sit on that bench?
Because I want to contemplate splatting.
You can splat afterward.
Also, what? Bench? Bench? Oh, bench. What a nice bench. Kill some time here. I want to be a hobo. Just a
Swift, do you
second.
play the TCG Pocket?
Hold on, one moment. My hair's kind of all over the place.
Is that a yes or a no?
Okay, what was that?
Play TCG Pocket.
I have it installed.
You have it installed?
Yes.
Do you sometimes open packs?
Every now and then I do. I haven't opened a pack in like a hot minute because I've been mostly just waiting for content to appear.
When is the last time you opened the app then?
When the second content drop happened.
What do you mean second content drop? They have been releasing new sets every month or every other month already.
When did it release?
Over a year ago.
Over a year ago. Okay, so now would probably be a good time to come back into it then. Because it was like the
Yes.
second pack that was released, I believe.
You mean the Mew one?
I think so? I'll have to check.
Yeah, because there's been a fucking... Like the new set. There's literally a new set that just released today. Also, you kind of missed out on a lot of free packs
Oh well.
for the first anniversary, but... You have a lot of content to do in that case, because you can literally just go through all the AI matches and then get a fuck ton of hourglasses and then probably lose your mind because god damn it, the AI matches go on and on and on unless you're like traveling or something.
Fucking hell, I did not see this coming.
Didn't see the fucking giant Garbodor or what?
Yeah, basically. Boink.
Funny enough, I do have a shiny of that one.
All I have is the not so appreciable shinies. I mean, I guess the Mareep is okay, because, like, it's Mareep. You're not gonna get as many of those as you would with fucking Fletchender.
Actually, I have two shiny Alpha Garbodors. So if you ever need a shiny trash bag,
Yay, shiny Dumpster. It makes me want to have a
terrible.
Alpha Espeon. But I need Eevee.
I will just spoil you on this. You can't get an alpha Eevee until very late into the game.
That makes me sad. And the fact that there's no breeding as well, which is just sure, I guess.
There's a reason for it.
There's a reason why there's no breeding.
Probably... That's honestly probably part of Legends moniker.
I guess.
Because the Legends Arceus also didn't have breeding.
Well, so did the first Pokemon game, but you know, it was introduced in the second
Pokemon game also sucks ass.
It does, but without the first Pokemon game, there wouldn't be us here today.
Still always gonna critique the first Pokemon game for being way overhyped for no good reason.
I'll be real, I'm glad it was overhyped. Like, I'm glad it... On the one hand...
No. It is good that the hype back then existed, but it is awful that the hype is still mainly surrounded to that instead of the newer titles, when the newer titles have been definitely more deserving of praise.
Yeah, I can't really say that much the same for Sword and Shield, unfortunately.
Look, Sword and Shield, yeah, I'm... Most of the Switch titles deserve their mixed reputation, even if I personally enjoy them.
Yeah, they're pretty enjoyable. I went back to Sword and Shield because I'm stuck in a weird position with Brilliant Diamond, where I'm stuck at Dialga, and I kind of want to shiny hunt it, but I don't know if I want to shiny hunt it.
Yeah, I get it.
The shiny is not that good, honestly.
I find it cool. It's alright. The nice shade of green.
Yeah.
I'll just say this much: be thankful you're not fucking shiny hunting Arceus, because Arceus resets take like 2 minutes.
He was right.
I'm right.
I have no idea where I'm going. I'm literally just, once again, shouting up a storm with a bean and just collecting whatever shiny I see first.
I mean, that's part of the joy of this game, honestly. You just kind of wander about and do stuff whatever the fuck you feel like doing. But also, if you do actually want to progress the story, I suppose you would do well to get a challenger ticket.
Already got one.
Do you already have one?
Yes, already have one.
Did you forget what to do?
No, I just decided to do a bunch of other things first. Mostly the side quests, because, you know, side quests are pretty nice to get XP. But this, fucking, gotta fight some random guy on the rooftop. Woo-hoo.
Well, I will say they are actually closer to the third sector than you'd think. Third wild area, rather.
How did I get fucking here? What the hell?
What?
I wanted to press... Okay, so third wild zone. So, yeah, I thought so. It's gonna be... I'm willing to bet it's gonna be between 3 and 4, right?
Somewhere around there, anyway. I would check in my game if I could.
Yeah, good. But woof.
No, I can't.
Oh,
I'm stuck where I am right now.
I'm sorry.
Until I find a shiny.
Yeah, if you think that's bad, I don't have a Switch 2 yet. And because I started the game on the Switch 1, transferring's basically fucked.
What do you mean?
Transferring data between Pokemon games hasn't gone well for a lot of people.
Well, honestly, you don't miss out on much by not having a Switch 2 version. It's just faster, literally. Like, graphically speaking, sure, it runs smoother at 60 FPS rather than 30. But graphics don't change much. Sure, I think the lighting effects are better in the Switch 2 port, but... eh. Overall, the most you get out of Switch 2 is faster shiny hunting.
I mean, that's always a plus.
But when are you seriously gonna get a Switch 2, buddy?
Hopefully soon, otherwise
What do you need the Switch 2 for that something else doesn't get you?
What?
What do you need the Switch 2 for, or what do you want the Switch 2 for that something else wouldn't get you?
Nintendo first-party games.
Which ones in particular are you missing out on right now?
Technically Donkey Kong.
That's one.
I'm unsure about Mario Kart World, but I would like to have it. I do like Mario Kart quite a bit.
Kart is a fair bit, so that's 2 games, okay.
And whatever future happens, and in case you're wondering, if I don't get a Switch 2 now, it's going to be damn near impossible in the future. It's
Why
gonna
do you think so?
the RAM.
That's not gonna affect the price of the fucking Switches for now.
For now,
Like, a long time. Those things have been in pre-production for years.
that doesn't mean Nintendo won't raise the prices on them for no reason.
I mean, in fairness, you live in the worst country for it in the first place, so yeah, I don't blame you for that. So with that being said, I think, again, like, I don't necessarily see a reason to invest into a Switch 2 when there's currently not enough to play on Switch 2 compared to Switch 1. Or hell, even PC games, because I definitely am just veering more towards playing PC games in the coming future. That is just me. Obviously, if you do want to switch to, then you should get it, if you can, and if nothing else is more important. But if there are more important things to buy than just entertainment, yeah.
I mean, I've been trying to get my hands on a new 2DS XL. That's been years. Years and years and years.
Why a 2DS XL in particular?
Modding reasons. I got a blue one already.
Oh.
Flabebe quest. Flabebe quest.
Quest.
By the way, fighting with a Gardevoir is very funny.
Yeah?
As you can see. What is she doing?
Look, we don't question that.
As long as she doesn't look down, gravity won't take hold. Good to know that. What the fuck? Okay. She can heal just by, you know, using Draining Kiss on items, and I could just fall.
Yeah.
I'm so good at this game. Delicious. Yes.
Why did you make that noise? Ugh!
Fluffer. I meant to press B to run.
I do recommend that you actually do more of the story, because you will very soon unlock the new ability to explode better.
Yeah.
Just a personal suggestion.
I will. Give me a moment. Just grab this. Alright, where? Hey, Silent. Oh, I want it. I could have just gone to the. I'm so stupid.
You know,
Oh, my PC. It's 4 in the morning. I probably should have been in bed like a couple of hours ago.
If you weren't here, I wouldn't be here.
Yes. I'm giving you entertainment.
I don't know. Gave me a little 55 shiny, little punny alpha. Damn crazy. I know exactly where they got that from.
It's my most powerful comrade!
My most powerful comrade is a bunch of level 171 Pokemon right now. No, I will not disclose how that is possible.
Did you say 171?
Yes.
What? What?
Somebody did watch the trailers.
Okay. I decided not to watch the trailers because, like, you know, I just wanted to go in completely blind.
Well, I'm getting an ad for my insolence. I'm paying you money.
Wait, yeah, aren't you subscribed to me? How are you getting an ad?
I'm not subscribed to you.
Also, I have a live feed. Why aren't you just watching that?
I don't need to, but hey, I have an idea.
I thought you had a subscription. That Pidgey almost like swooped in and slapped the shit out of me. A drive-by slapping.
Well, I now have a subscription.
You now have subscribbles. Thank you for
I
the
realized-
subscribbles.
I realized my Prime sub was available.
Magneton! I still remember back in the day when Diamond and Pearl came out. I was super like bemused by Magnezone.
Yeah.
It just felt so. It honestly felt a Pokemon that was both in and out of place at the same time. But to get another quiz contest win under my belt. If the answer remains, what prize do I ask for? She's already signed all my Canary Clutch. I haven't seen you before. Are you perchance new to the Dynamo community? Just so you know, the Canary Whiz Quiz contest is very tricky. Even veteran Canatics, that's what we Dynamo members call ourselves, struggle to make it past the first round. Newer casual fans may not fully enjoy the complexity of what's up, gamers? Get ready for a jilt. Hatsune I'm sorry. Thunder Wave.
I do wonder if you realize. I don't know.
She feels like Iron Mouse. Woo! I literally said this. She feels like if Iron Mouse was asked to make a Hatsune Miku inspired character. But for Pokemon. Which I'm totally down for, honestly. Let's get right to the main event. And the worst part about it is I can actually see Iron Mouse voicing this character if there was voices for this game.
I love how everyone is still fucking complaining about that, and I'm just like,
it's not gonna
damn
happen.
like,
Chikorita. I mean, can you really blame them at all? I mean, look what happened at the Piers event.
yeah, no, I mean, look, that shit was stupid as hell.
It was
And
also
I
fucking
personally
funny.
feel they literally should not have done that. Like, they should have just had some form of ad-libbing or whatever.
They
some
really should have.
random gibberish, if need be. Granted, I will just go out and say that due to the way that Pokemon literally
Go ahead.
you're asking questions in the chat that literally are spoilers in some regard.
It's not really spoilers to me. I already know what
It's not a
Diane Side
spoiler,
is.
but that could be considered a spoiler because it's late game content.
Basically, at falling block puzzle games. Well, this is easier. Let's see who got it right. Correct answer is true.
Being spoiled? I mean, are you really being spoiled if you're literally just watching the content as it's being unfold?
We've watched those blocks for all day long. Woohoo! Question 2. True or false? Macarons are my favorite food.
No.
This one's easy too. Like, I don't remember hearing anything about macarons. All I had to do is just follow this guy.
Yeah. Also, I just saw how fucking choppy the running animation on some of those NPCs was. That was insane.
It's worse than you think it is. I'm not kidding. The pop-in is bad. Like, someone could be as far as the guy I'm following, and I wouldn't know it until they popped in.
I mean, I suppose.
Question 3. True or false? Electric type Pokemon are my fave. I mean, I just had to look at you. She has an Electros.
That's actually one NPC you're not even noticing that you're also following.
Is it Nazim?
No, Naveen is not there. He's literally fucking in a voice call with you, just spoiling you on the answers.
I think you all are. Get ready. Electros. $10 Saki. What the chandelier is that?
What do you mean, Chandelure?
What is that?
What are you talking about?
What is that? What is her? By myself being Kadari's oldest and most educated, I must admit you answered those questions surprisingly well. A fluke, no doubt, but maybe your luck will hold. Let's both do our best in round 2. People like him are exhausting. What a tragic lack of self-awareness. Can't you see that this self-satisfies it, but let's get ready for round 2. Head over to Canary. Campbell's chicken noodle.
The worst part about Naveen is he doesn't realize he's one of those. He's a similar breed of that kind of fan.
I mean, at least he doesn't outwardly show it.
Yeah, but at the same time, at the very least, the guy is like, yeah, no, I'm wearing that badge of honor.
You're amped to see me make some noise.
Like, you have the obvious sims, and then you have the fucking backdoor sims. And I'd rather have the oblivious sim.
Is this dingus clapping on the right side someone I have to fight later? Or I've fought already? Because I kind of forgot.
What do you mean, whom's what?
The one with the chandelier hat.
Yeah? No, she's just kind of there. He's literally just there. They just decided, yeah, why not have another NPC that looks at least a tiny bit more unique than the others?
Like the only ones moving to round 2 of the coast. These 5 fanatics right here. Woohoo. I've totally got this. But to win, I'll have Kanari sign my most prized Kanari merch. Oh, Kanari. Yeah, no, I definitely fight her later on.
What? What? Could it be the fucking Mega Stone in her hat?
Totally. Yeah, no, I definitely fight her later on.
I didn't fucking notice that the second. The first time I played through, and then every other playthrough I've seen, I was like, oh my god, it was literally right there.
She's the second person that just has it on the hat. You should ask. My partner, Electros, the Elephfish Pokemon, has a favorite dessert. You need to find that dessert. And bring it back here. Can't be that simple. Don't I already have that? Unless... A second, my knee needs to pop. Stupid fucking bodily functions.
Imagine the human body. Can't be me.
Yes.
Ow, my fucking leg has fallen asleep.
Imagine the human body. Can't be me.
You're a fucking inflatable. You're literally all air.
And you're a Pokemon.
Yeah? I still have bones.
That fellow is a formidable opponent. Electros doesn't look like just any ordinary Lumio's gullet. It has to be one from this that's been overbaked to a nice firm crunch. Your status conditions. And there even apparently had a real taste for them ever since. What could you say is Electros' most defining trait? Impressed, that's right, it's fangs. It's pretty rare for a Canary to talk about Pokemon battling on her stream, you know? Only a fan who's been watching her since her early days would know the correct answer. Anyway, case, let's order the special type of Lumio's Gullet we need. I'd like my usual Super Lumio's Gullet, please. Take this. Let me just reach behind me, grab nothing, and give you nothing. I should get you to round 2. Yay! I am Swift.
You're Shinzu. Why did you name yourself that?
Why did I name myself Shinzu? Because it's technically the nick or short name of my Reshiram.
Shiram?
Yes.
First time I've ever heard of that one.
I've still have her in development. The funny thing is, I actually just recently was gifted a Reshiram model, so I'll be working on that for a hot minute. I also just decided to go past the entrance for some reason. I have talked about her quite a few times, but you may or may not have been around.
I'm unable to be around it everywhere, any place, anytime. I'm unfortunately one human being, and that is, yeah.
It's fine, I understand.
Also time zones.
I know, they fucking suck.
The only reason I'm even able to talk to you right now is because I couldn't sleep. Yeah, I mean, I am an Absol, but yeah, let's mask off for a second and just say what I actually am in real life, which everyone is.
Yeah?
Well,
Typically, I'm a wolf. I do technically have a Mightyena thing, but it's still in development mostly.
I could upset him and say fox.
You could upset me and say fox.
What are you gonna do about it?
I'm fucking nothing, I guess. What else can I do about it? I hope you fail your next shiny.
Wow. Wow. What a good friend.
Yeah, sure, calling me the wrong species. You, Superfan, and you, new kid. Show me those Lumio's Galaxy Rod. Well, tell us what you got there? in episode 231 of Kinda Talk, Shocking Side Stories, if I'm not mistaken. Heck, you two? You're both so... amazing. You totally got it right. Favorite snack, especially the overbaked ones. Not just about taste. Alexa loves the solid, crunchy texture those galettes get when they're extra well done. Because my partner here simply loves biting into stuff with its fangs. Yeah. It can bite. It can totally bite. EVN call it shitface. So
I do not think you can name it either of those things.
ye have a little faith. So if the Mioi's galette is too soft, it's not the toothsome experience my Electros wants. Since you two were the only ones to get that right, guess what? I'm the Canary Quiz Contest. Managed to keep up with me, Canari's oldest and most knowledgeable fan. One last time. Thunderwave. Let's go. I know why all you Canatics are here. Canatics. Fanatics. And the only thing I can think of is just raising canes for some reason. No reason at all. Just no reason whatsoever. You need my electrifying personality to spark joy in your dull lives, right? So let me ask you this. Who's charged up? Woo! That's what I like to hear. Alright, back to your regularly scheduled Canary Quiz Whiz contest. Last round's guided all. A battle, a quiz, and sweet, glorious victory. Rules are simple. Remaining 2 trainers will battle, and the victor must answer one final question for me. Get the question right, and you're a winner, baby. Hold up. I just need to... and then... yeah, and... yuck. And then we're opened with God of War. Or specifically, Aubrey. For a first-timer, you seem to possess a shocking amount of admiration for Canary. However, even if you defeat me here, there's no chance a non-Dynamo member like you will be able to answer her final question. You still wish to battle me, Mani? One of the first members of Dynamo and the OG Quiz Whiz? Of course I do. Quizzes aren't my only talent. My prowess as a Pokemon trainer is equally unmatched. Just like me, my Electric-type Pokemon are as fierce as they are adorable. I don't have any ground types, except for,
You don't need ground types to beat the job.
I still forgot the name of it. Buttlebee. Diggersby. That too. Just bitch slap.
Jamolga.
Bughorse. How can my adorable Pokemon lose when they're as shockingly cute as me? Raichu. Anyways.
Bonk.
Inconceivable! In terms of cuteness, my team clearly won, but I concede that we did lose the battle. Still, there's no hope that you'll be able to answer the final question of the quiz. Once you get it wrong, I'll swoop in with the right answer and snag the Quiz Whiz crown. Alright, it's time for the final question. Everything's riding on this one. When I was a kid, I played my first games on a laptop. Who owned that laptop? 1, 2, 3, 4. Grandpa. This one's a rather deep cut, and the story behind it is quite tragic. Laptop belonged to my grandpa? Is that your final answer? You got it! That's exactly right! You know what that means, new kid? You won the Canary Quiz Whiz contest! Congrats to our fresh-faced underdog! As Canary's oldest fan, and as a day one member of Dynamo, I have no choice but to accept defeat. You imagine if I got it wrong? I would wake up in a daze, probably. A promotion match? Seriously? I mean, what's the point? I'm just gonna win anyways. You're still not okay. This guy's really a fan? Okay. Promotion match, but you're still E. I think a fan prefer being the same rank as Canary. Fine, whatever. If that's what the Quiz Whiz wants, that's what the Quiz Whiz gets. As your reward, I accept your challenge. We'll battle it out in Racine Construction. Cool? Now that I'm in, you'd better get ready to be crushed to bits like a Super Lubiois Galette. Bring your best Pokemon so you can take any excuses when you lose. Okay. That was a promotion match. Nice work. Yeah, my thanks as well. After all, you helped me become a Quiz Whiz. Even if it's unofficial. I'll leave the rest to you. After all, fans really have no business getting any closer to Canary than I have now. When you're ready to battle Canary, head to the Tarragon's company, Racine Construction. For real. Alright.
I hate Naveen so much. You will know over the course of the game how much I actually despise the guy. Do you know where to go?
Yeah, I do. I'm just thinking. I know it's a very hard thing to understand that I can actually kind of think. I did help Ari with some things today, so it's cool. Okay. Pokeball, 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 Great Ball, Quick Ball. Oh, bitch.
Look, I have already played for the entire game. You will understand why I hate Naveen.
Bring in the strongs. Probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. This is Dragon, okay.
Hi.
P. P. It's such a. That's so funny.
It's funny because it's an official fucking Pokemon cry.
It is. P. It's so dumb. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
And then literally after that game, both Eevee and Pikachu went back to their normal cries. Why? Fuck with me though. Funny hour. What? Fuck. Funny how our paths keep crossing, ain't it? I was watching you in the Quiz Whiz contest, and I gotta say, you did great out there, kid. I gotta, like, wash down the gargling in my throat. If you can beat me in battle, I'll tell you everything. So, what do you say? Sure. Let's do this in the garage. What the fuck was that? Let's get this Pokemon battle going. Powdon.
Probably we're not expecting ground types from this guy, huh?
Really wasn't, honestly. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, okay.
Relegator's kind of shit. Holy, what the?
You telling me?
Like I picked Chikorita from the start, and Meganium is actually pretty good.
I'm kind of fucked here, honestly. I was like, where did he go? This is super bad. This is even worse.
You think this is worse? No, this is worse.
Action control is steel ground, right?
Yes.
Oh, fucked.
Yeah, that thing is gonna one-shot you.
Yeah, I figured.
The thing is gonna one-shot every single one of your fucking Pokemon right now if you're not careful.
This is really bad.
Silly little guy.
Can you target? Jeez. Even Excadrill couldn't get past your defenses, eh? Wah.
Well, almost did. You almost got swept.
Almost. Again, I was not expecting ground types. Literally, nothing really said ground types with this guy. I was actually expecting it to be, fighting or
electric.
steel. I was expecting it to be fighting or steel because construction guy.
Ground still makes sense.
I got, like, steel part correctly, but definitely not ground at all. And I barely got steel type correctly. Steel cripe, hello? Only because of Excadrill. Yeah, I expect nothing less from the rising star of the ZA Royale. You brought out of the full potential of your Pokemon. And it's not just Pokemon battles you exceeded. My expectations in the Canary Quiz Whiz contest, too. Clearly you're a dedicated fan of Canary, and I can't understand how dialogue boxes work half the damn time. It would seem. As a trainer of the ZA Royale and as Canary's grandpa, it was a joy to get to battle you. Which is why I feel the need to tell you a secret about my precious grandkid, Canary. Rockin' Stone, brother. I've been using the latest holocaster to project a hologram of Canary. Then I synced up with my movements using another newfangled app. That's right. The hologram of Canary you saw at the Canary Quiz Whiz contest. It was me. Well then. My grandkid's primary focus is her gaming. Fan interactions ain't a priority for her. But still, I want to show folks around the world how cool, smart, and talented my grandkid is. That's why I started pretending to be Canary's using the holocaster. Though soon enough, I started to really enjoy putting on a performance for folks. As thanks for a great battle, let me heal up your Pokemon for you.
Wow.
Canary's right through there.
Oh, when I first fucking got to this point, I was like, wait, did you fucking make this all pretend believe and pretend this girl exists? And then, no, she actually does exist.
This is very weird.
Why?
It's like, is she actually streaming or like what? What's going on here?
Nah, she's just gaming right now.
Yes, another high score! Hey, sorry to all the folks who are just joining now after wrapping up the Quiz Whiz contest. Oh, I gotta hop off for a sec to deal with something. Gonna be... I feel like I'm going to be absolutely noosed here. Hey, what's zapping? Pops caught me up already. You were... literally... You're literally behind a feeble wall. You're the Quiz Whiz contest winner who asked for promotion match against me, yeah? You got spirit, that's for sure. But let's be real, I'd rather be streaming than battling you. And why the fuck are you even here? Oh wait, I bet you'll put me on blast online if I don't battle you, huh? Fine, whatever. Let's zap to it. Meet you in the garage. But like, what is this, her room? Her plush dolls.
She's a streamer.
She's a streamer, yeah, but like, I guess I shouldn't really look into it, considering the design choices of Game Freak every now and then.
What do you mean? It's literally all her merch.
I know. And this is her stream room. It's like, where does she sleep?
It's her stream room. This is where she works. There's still doors in this fucking garage, as you can see. She probably has a fucking actual private room somewhere else. I don't know why that's so hard to comprehend.
Because I'm fucking poor and broke and shit.
Look, I work in my living domicile, but if I had enough money, I would actually make a fucking proper office room instead.
I might have a proper office room, but then again, I'm like, I kind of don't want to do that because sometimes I just want to like get done with streaming, turn around and flop on bed. The faster I can get to bed, the better. Careful, if that's rich coming for you, Pops. Are you being careful with your little Canary cosplay? Anyway, film this match for me. I might put it up on my stream later. Leave it to me. I'll rally the cheer squad and take care of the filming too. With us cheering you on, you're gonna be charged up and ready to win. Let's go, Dynamo. I'm ready to lose, Captain. Alright, you ready to want to do this? I'm gonna win. Just get this over with. Alligator's fucked immediately out the gate, so that's funny. Get verified. You were cleared to start a promotion match. You're not underestimating me. I'm rank F in the ZA Royale for a reason, you know. It's not that I hate battling, I just love games more than literally anything else. Still, I'd be super amped to reach rank A and really blow up online. The Dynamo could host video game tournaments for folks in Lumioid City to enjoy. This is my first Pokemon battle in a while, so I'm gonna show Dynamo fans what I'm really made of. Sure. Let's go, Dynamo. Heliolisk. Am I going with Froligator first? I sure am. Fuck it.
You can't just Mega Evolve to, you know.
What the fuck just happened? Everybody like reset locations and now nothing is happening. What?
Volt Switch makes them return to their partners, so you have to pay attention to that.
Cool.
It does it still only no tackle?
Because I wasn't really paying attention to Dicker's View.
And I'm beginning to notice that you may not be... Oh, well. I don't know why I'm not using your your strongest move first, honestly.
My thumb slipped. Well, that worked out in the end.
Well, are you ready for it?
No. Charged up on energy drink. It's time to charge you up with my Mega Evolution. I am super probably fucked. Stop hitting me.
Betting it all on the prod.
Yeah. My turn.
You better fucking Mega Evolve it immediately.
Target!
You need to press the L.
I have been!
And you need to re-aim. Why are you not fucking focused on it?
Because it's not letting me focus on it!
You just have skill issue. Holy shit.
I'm gonna blame it on the Switch. Wait, it might honestly be the Switch because of weird frame rates where it's not registering my clicks on the correct frame. Because, you know, this runs 60 FPS on the Switch 2, but this doesn't run very good on the Switch 1, as you can see.
Don't know what. Okay. Swift, you are literally just making up excuses.
Am I?
Skill issue.
Am I, though?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
Have you confirmed this?
I've been playing this fucking game on Switch 1 the entire time. I have literally never had issues with any goddamn battle where I was struggling to target stuff.
Meanwhile, I'm having nothing but issues. Why?
Also, I'm playing through a capture card, so I have that fucking delay. I am dying. Ugh.
Yeah? I'm also playing on capture card.
Yeah, and I've been able to get to rank A on the PvP mode. No problem.
Take this
Oh,
too.
my fucking throat hurts. Ugh.
Just having one puts you in a good mood. What? I didn't realize. I know my fans well enough. I'm not even reading everything because it takes so long to get through.
Wow.
If you want to see it, somebody probably already recorded on YouTube.
Wow, literally being like, yeah, just fucking watch somebody else. I'm lazy streamer right now.
I've been going live for almost 9 hours.
Yeah, you should have probably gone to bed like 5 hours ago.
Probably. No, not 5 hours ago, because it would have been too early, believe it or not. Sorry. What it is to be famous. Do some empathy. Yeah, we get it. You're on the streamer girl's side. I'm on Kanari's side. Yes, she has a name. Once you become a famous dancer, I'm sure you'll come to understand. What up? Are you being supportive? Like off stream. She gave you a present? Autograph plush. Thank you. I'll treasure this always. And now, sincere thanks? Seriously, who are you? What have you done with the bean? Let's just eat already. Even the scent of your croissant curry is pleasing tonight, Urbain. You finally came around on it, huh? Want to try a bite? Absolutely not. Hello, Evie. Not Evie.
That's not Evie, that's a fucking Floet.
I know, I just can't help but think of Evie. Morning. How long have I been playing? Hold on.
It's in profile.
could not have been 10 hours. 10 hours or more. God damn it,
It
Nintendo.
doesn't tell you until you've played at least 20 hours.
Hi. Morning. Naveen. I'm here. Good morning. Someone's full of energy. Were you up late doing this soon? Watching Canary stream. Listening to her heap praise on her mega laser. She thinks it was. She had a fun battle. No match for our Shinzu. Barely! Yay. Look at myself to grow strength, but did you ever bear? I'm Canary.
Well,
Well.
Swift has the fucking power to.
Die horribly, and you know what?
Die a violent death.
You know what? I actually need to fulfill that real quick.
Get to. Did you know?
Mark's Pizzeria, boot to the head. That's exactly how I heard it. Big power, I wish we know very little about, other than it. The role it played in my big evolution. Evolution is still a mystery, as a bit inspiring. I'm asking. It's Vinny. Job this early in the morning. I hope you don't expect us to go right. Yes, tomorrow. Good, just hit the deets, please. Heard the deal? Am I leading the strategy meeting? No. You tried to watch someone does. I remember, like everyone says, you gotta help other people go. No, boy, I go big evolution. Don't pick up the boy Pokemon. Edgy room time. Oh my god, I can just leave. Goodbye. I'm going home. Going to bed. I'm tired. This vacation's over.
What are you on about?
This guy, literally, we come into the city like, oh hey, yeah, this is gonna be a pretty fun place to just tour around every now and then. And then we're like, hey, you're joining our crew for like battle stuff, right? And you're gonna help save the city? I'm just some random fuck. What do you mean?
You sure are just some random fuck because you don't have an Absol. Oh wait, they literally it gave you one and then you just benched it.
Benched it because I wanted to bring other Pokemon up too. Speaking of, goodness. What is you attacking? Ooh. What's this, dark?
It is dark. It
Hold on,
literally
somebody go.
says it right there. Also, I will just tell you right now, Diggersby sucks ass.
Yeah?
It does not get its ability, therefore it does not have huge power, therefore its attack set will always suck ass.
Yeah, it's like half of these Pokemon just got absolutely shafted. But in the spirit of Legends Arceus, it has to be this way.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
What do you know? What the fuck do you mean?
Legends Arceus also didn't have special abilities, except for Regigigas for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you mean with no ability. Well, listen. You have the ability to just, 1, get good, and 2, level your Pokemon up.
What if I just don't want to?
Well, prepare to get bodied.
But what if I just didn't get bodied?
You will get bodied.
Yeah, but what if I just didn't? Oh.
You're making me angry.
Listen, I have to have some kind of like defense for when people just come throwing shit at me.
Yeah, then you know what I love to say? Talk shit, get hit.
And all I can do is just talk shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow, how far does it bring you in life?
Quite honestly, we got here. Oh shit, that's a new wild zone.
Yeah.
How many new? Just 3? 3 new wild zones, okay. Jesus Christ. That's an alpha sub, bro. Is it gonna get mad at me immediately? Hey, you gonna get mad? Yep. That's very interesting considering some Pokemon, even though they're alpha, don't get mad at you.
I have yet to see any alpha not getting mad at me for something, unless they're asleep.
Kakuna.
Kakuna is a literal fucking cocoon.
Doesn't mean it can't get mad at you.
If you approach it, it will get mad at you, in fact.
I did approach it, it didn't get mad at me. I actually ran around a tree and it didn't get mad at me.
Again, it is one of the most immobile Pokemon there is, so... cut it some slack, alright?
Nah, I think it's a skill issue.
Should I list off all the skill issues you have? God damn it, I should be talking smack so much and realizing that I'm getting sick.
You should definitely not get sick.
Why?
Because getting
Why?
sick bad.
Okay, yeah, but if I get sick, I just go to a doctor.
Yeah? You know who can't do that? Fucking this guy.
So I see. Oh wait, that's the average American.
Oh, fuck. She's really high level. Holy shit.
Wait a minute. Wait, you have a fucking job. Why are you not insured?
Can't afford it.
What do you mean they don't fucking pay you for your fucking health insurance?
They don't.
Why is
We
it-
also work part-time, so that's even better.
America.
It's great, isn't it?
Every reason I have to never go there just gets perpetuated every time I speak to an American person suffering from the corrupt system.
It's great, isn't it?
I'm just not gonna comment on that, honestly. It's fucking depressing. It's what it is.
Oh,
Alright.
oh. Oh, look at that. I managed to name it Shithead. But I digress. I'm thank goodness. I'm gonna stop streaming here. I've been going too long. It's already 5 in the morning. Oh, goodness. Bye-bye. Yeah, I've been going, okay, so just 9 hours. That's perfectly fine. I don't want to go too far, or past 10, because then uploading to the stream channel is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. I would have to figure out places I need to cut down just to get it under 10 hours. Because fun fact, you can only upload a maximum of 10 hours on YouTube. Yeah, you can probably understand why. Anyways, I am gonna head off for the time being. I might pull up another stream later today, depending on how well I get sleep. There is an event, a midnight event tonight. I don't know actually if there's gonna be a midnight event on VR chat tonight. We're gonna find out though, or at least I'm gonna attempt to start it. Regardless, I thank you, Beans, for coming, and I will see you in the next one. I think the next one will... I'll have to figure out what the next one's going to be. Actually, no, I did say what the next one's going to be. It's going to be Mario 64 related. Yeah. Mario stuff. Anyways, I take off for now. Bye-bye.